Good morning, Miss Elizabeth Barris. Can you hear me? Okay, great. I'm going to mute your line until it's your turn to speak.
Okay, who is this?
My name is Tanya, and I'm the host.
Tanya, I need to speak with you. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. This is a live line.
Hang on, I have someone call.
You're going to have to email her. She wants to have a... Miss Rebecca Carpenter, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Your line will be muted until it's your turn to address.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, it's Sheila.
Good morning, Supervisor Keel. I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Miss Leah Hanel. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Your line will be muted until it's your turn to address the board. Thank you.
Okay.
Miss Lita Albuquerque, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Okay, ma'am. Your line will be muted, and we will unmute you when it's your turn to address the board. Okay?
I have a question.
Good. Can you email her?
Supervisor Solis here.
Good morning, Supervisor. We can hear you.
Thank you.
Hi, Celia. County Council and CEO are here.
Good morning. We can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, November 24th, 2020. Our meeting today is being held remotely due to the current public health crisis to protect the health of all. I will now take roll call to confirm attendance. Please unmute your mic and respond when your name is called. Supervisor Solis?
Present.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas? Supervisor Ridley Thomas? Supervisor Kuehl?
Present.
Supervisor Hahn?
I'm here, but I feel like quoting Betty Davis in All About Eve, who said, "Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy ride."
Kezia Davenport, Acting Chief Executive Officer.
Present.
Rodrigo Castro Silva, Acting County Counsel.
Here.
And Celia Zavala, Executive Officer of the Board.
Here.
Thank you. As indicated on the posted agenda, we will be taking telephonic public comments separately from regular agenda items and public hearing items during today's meeting. The Executive Office of the Board received over 7,700 written public comments for today's meeting, and as those written comments were received, all of them are available to the supervisors for their consideration, consistent with the Brown Act's requirements. We will continue to receive public comments throughout the meeting. Due to the number of written public comments received, we will be reading the names. However, we will not be reading the names. However, these comments will become part of the record. Madam Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Madam Executive Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, set matter at 11:30. Item S1 is a discussion of the public health order related to COVID-19 as requested by the chair of the board. This item will be held for discussion. On page 3, special district agenda. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 7, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District. On page 8, public hearings, items 1 through 7. On item 4, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be continued to January 26, 2021. The remaining items will be held for hearing. On page 12, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 8 through 22. On item 8, this includes revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 11, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 14, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 17, this includes the revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 19, item 19 and 20, Supervisor Kuehl requests that these items be held. On item 21, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 27, on page 27, administrative matters, items 23 through 41. On item 23, the Acting Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued to January 26, 2021, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 25, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. Also, this item 25 includes an amendment as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 26, this includes revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 36 is an urgency ordinance for adoption to enhance the county's ability to fight the spread of COVID-19 and prevent retaliation for reporting or discussing public health violation. On item 36, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 39, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 39H, Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Ridley Thomas request to revise Directive Number 4 to also state an internal equity audit of the Departments of Children and Family Services, Mental Health, Public Health, and Health Services, the Commission for Children and Families, the Youth Commission, and the Office of Child Protection that will help to culturally align the workforces with the population they serve. On item 39J is an urgency ordinance for adoption to implement the declaration of a local health emergency and ordering prohibiting the endangerment of the community through the unsafe removal, transport, and disposal of the fire debris, which was issued by the Los Angeles County Health Officer on November 5th, 2020, and was ratified by the Board of Supervisors on November 10th, 2020. The request for continuances or items to be referred back through 39J are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl.
And on page 40, ordinance for introduction, items 42 and 43. On item 42 is an ordinance for introduction amending County Code Title II, Administration to increase and conceal weapons license application fee from $66 to $150. Item 43 is an ordinance for introduction amending County Code Title VI, salaries by adding, deleting, and/or changing certain employees' classifications and number of ordinance position in various departments. On page 41, notices of closed session. On item CS2, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now take public comments for all agenda items except for public hearing items 1 through 7.
Madam Chair, do we need to vote on those items?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. To repeat, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Do not call the number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which agenda items you wish to speak on. You have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item or 2 minutes to speak on 2 or more agenda items. In addition, those who would like to address the board with general public comment will be provided 1 additional minute for a maximum total up to 3 minutes per person for all agenda items, including general public comment. We will allocate up to 60 minutes for public comments on all of the items. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60 minutes have elapsed, we will close public comment. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get 1 warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time, and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note that if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
And as a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue. Helen Torres, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm Helen Torres, Executive Director of HOPE, Hispanas Organized for Political Equality. I will be speaking on item 25 and general comments. HOPE is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization ensuring the political and economic parity of Latinas. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn and the board as I support item 25 to live stream the selection of the Redistricting Commission. Other counties have done it, and this county should too. Transparency is important. This effort redistricting only takes place every 10 years, and is important to have a transparent process in which advocates can be a part of. I also want to emphasize the need to have Latinas represented on the commission. This pandemic has revealed the devastating impact on Latinas and the need to have representation that understands our issues. We need to make sure that Latinas have a seat at the table when drawing these lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Keisha Dixon, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
I'm calling in support of agenda item 39H and to make a public comment. Good morning. My name is Keisha Dixon. I'm a member of Community Coalition and live in the city of Palmdale. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your leadership in addressing the child safety in Los Angeles County. I have a family law case that's been in the court for 11 years, and in October of 2009, when my children were 3 and 7 years old, I turned to the court for help to get a custody schedule in place. Over the years, I have been alienated by a restrictive gatekeeper, and the children have been slowly taken away. Today, the children are 14 and 18. Our last visit was in July of 2016. This experience has given my military service demonized and used my children and have taken them away, more traumatic than the 14 months I spent in Iraq. I pray this motion passes so no other family has to endure this torture. Given my lived experience, this is why I am urging the board to pass this Reimagine Safety, Health, and Human Services for Our Children and Families motion. As a member of...
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Coalition's DCFS Judicial Reform Committee, we have spent months addressing the demand letter titled Reimagining the Health and Safety of Children and Families. We plan to distribute the letter to you before your next hearing. I compel you to read the demand letter because it collates well with the motion and gives more insight from people with lived experiences on reimagining child safety. I'm eager to participate in community engagement with the selected consult to bring forth change and reimagining child safety in Los Angeles County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mary Ree, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
I would like to speak about S1 in public comment.
Please begin, ma'am.
Okay. It always amazes me that we try to shut down businesses who have saved their entire lives to open that business. One person cannot shut down those businesses and throw all of those people out of work at Christmas. And these are low-income people. Most of these people don't make a lot of money, and they all have families. It is wrong to shut down a restaurant or a bar because you don't like what they do or it's political. This is just nuts. With the stroke of one hand, one person can shut down a business that has taken a lifetime to open. This leads to child abuse, suicide, domestic violence. I'm a member of the Domestic Violence Center here in Santa Clarita. This is a mess. Please reconsider this. This is just so unfair for all of us, everyone, whether you own a business or not.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
That's okay. I'm finished.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Paul Little, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I'm speaking about S1. I'm Paul Little, the President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce here in Pasadena. As you know, Pasadena did not close down outdoor dining as yet and hopefully won't. The current surge in COVID-19 cases is attributed to Halloween events, the Dodgers and Biden victory, not outdoor dining in restaurants, shopping in retail stores, or exercising. It makes no sense to penalize restaurants when they're not causing the surge in infection rates. Socially distanced and safe outdoor dining is exactly that, safe. The bigger challenge is that people have been quarantined for so long they're desperate to get together with other people. We all want to get together and talk with other people other than our household. Why not provide a safe outlet that by contributing and maybe even expanding outdoor dining? Allow retail to expand outside and provide opportunities for those seeking exercise outdoors. Please do not curtail outdoor dining. Doing so will not affect infection rates and may force more people into get-togethers that put themselves at risk.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
And as a reminder, to address the board, if you've not already done so, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue. Matthew Luker, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today, and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
My statement is in regards to item S1, public health order. First, I'd just like to acknowledge and thank Supervisor Barger for her opposition. The rest of you should be ashamed of yourselves. Tomorrow's dining lockdown continues the pattern of abuse from the supervisors in public health and unduly subjects LA's small businesses to additional manufactured hardships. From your ridiculous reservation requirement, to dictating my financial relationship with food vendors, to setting and changing arbitrary restrictions on my business hours, the only case count correlation your repeated malicious actions will have is increasing the amount of people going to less safe locations instead. With a lack of any similar scrutiny at unrestricted big box stores and unregulated house parties, LA County's response has been both disingenuous and disastrous. After empty promises of an outdoors workaround, business owners made investments after you already stretched us thin, and now you recant after mere weeks of false hope. If there is actual science behind any of this, share it with us today so that every business that has worked hard to follow your roller coaster guidelines can believe that we are more than just your convenient scapegoat. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, Canales, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Sari Canales from the Monrovia Chamber of Commerce, and I'm speaking on agenda number 1. I'd like just to take this time to thank you for being supportive of our actions, and I am supportive of the county's continuing efforts to stem the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, I'm not convinced that a one-size-fits-all approach is wise at this point. The decision of the county to again close all restaurants is a case in point. Many communities within the sprawling LA County, while suffering their share of COVID-related illness and disruption, have nowhere near the number of cases experienced in more densely populated communities, particularly those who experience less than serious adherence to safe protocols. However, the new restaurant closure rule treats all LA communities and their restaurants as needing to share the same harsh remedies. Given the very severe impact this closure order will have on employment, revenue, and general well-being, I strongly suggest that the county consider its closure policies on a community-by-community basis.
Next speaker, please.
Armando Flores, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. Speaking on items S1 and item 25. Good morning. My name is Armando Flores with the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA. We're calling to express our strong opposition to the new changes to the county's health officer orders and any further restrictions being placed on LA County businesses. As a business organization, we have seen the devastating negative impacts COVID-19 has had on businesses all throughout the county. Many have been forced to shut down permanently, and the few that are still operating are doing so under strained resources while complying with the public health orders and regulations. Business owners in the restaurant industry have invested a significant amount of money for outdoor dining based on public health guidelines. They have worked tirelessly to ensure they are safely operating and that their customers and workers are kept safe. There is no evidence that indicates the spike in COVID-19 cases are a result of restaurants being open. Cases continue to rise because people are gathering in groups without social distancing and without masks. We urge you to roll back restrictions placed on LA County businesses. Shutting down businesses again will only worsen our economy, put more people out of jobs, and lead to more COVID cases as people move to other places to gather unsafely. For item 25, we support this item and want to make sure that all meetings are live streamed and that at least one San Fernando Valley resident is on the commission. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Marcia McLean, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, hello, this is Marcia McLean, Councilwoman for the City of Santa Clarita, speaking on S1.
Please begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I want to first of all state that I understand that Dr. Ferreira has an impossible task. However, by shutting down restaurants one more time as in a one-size-fits-all, that is absolutely wrong. Just think for a minute about the devastating effects on the restaurant owners and their workers. This is absolutely unconscionable to do this again when it is not proven that the restaurants have had the ability to spread this disease. I am representing 219,000 people, and I can almost guarantee you 90% of those people do not want to see our businesses fail, as they will do if you close down the day before Thanksgiving. So please reconsider, oppose closing these restaurants down.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Victor Linares, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, hello. I'm addressing public comment, item S1. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Victor Linares. I'm the mayor of the great city of Covina. I also own a restaurant, Bread and Barley, and a brewery, Arrow Lodge in town. I can speak about how the shutdowns of bars and restaurants, hair and nail salons, amongst other services that Covina have been financially impacted the city's business owners and its residents. In Covina, we have the unique situation of being a quick 15-minute drive from both San Bernardino, Orange County. Our local establishments worry that a shutdown will put them at a competitive disadvantage as customers decide to drive an extra 15 minutes rather than opt for takeout service. We just recently saw this with other counties opened up and that are allowing patrons to visit their businesses. Since announcing the recent decision to shut down outdoor dining, our city halls have been flooded with calls and messages from folks that are frustrated and running out of hope. They're confused as to how outdoor dining is causing the rates to jump, while they've heard that the biggest concern have been related to large private gatherings at homes. These business owners are worried about paying their rent and how their employees will manage during their furloughs. They also argue that a shutdown will lead to even more private gatherings and further more exaggerate
Your time has
situation.
expired. Next speaker, please.
Arda Najedian, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, I will be speaking on item S1 and general public comment. Good morning, Supervisors Barger, Kuehl, Ridley, Thomas, Solis, and Hahn. Nice to speak to you in this forum. First, I'd like to thank you and your staff and the Director of the Health Services for all the hard work that you're doing in these. You know, we keep saying that they are unprecedented times, but someday history will write that in the history books for us. I'm a council member from the city of Glendale, and I'm asking that you please consider pausing the proposed dining restrictions. The city of Glendale has gone through great lengths to make dining outdoors safe for all diners, including barriers and enforcement by our code enforcement and police officers. I'm afraid that if we stop the outdoor dining, we're going to have an incredible impact on jobs, which will lead to rents being unpaid, as well as mental health issues for people not being able to get out and sit down and have a cup of coffee.
Thank you.
With
Now
their...
I have 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. And I don't think any stimulus, CARES Act, or county or state funding will be enough to compensate the businesses for these losses. So I please urge you, let's place a greater emphasis on restricting the large house parties, the large gatherings. Let's pick up the enforcement for those small percentage of restaurants that do not follow the social distancing guidelines. And I think we can get through this hopefully in a few weeks. So please, I urge you to pause the dining restrictions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And as a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue. Michael Green, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, hi. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Michael Green from SEIU Local 721, Regional Director, speaking on behalf of our 58,000 members. I'd like to address item 11 and public comment as well. So let me start off by saying, as the late great Dinah Washington sang the song, "What a Difference a Day Makes," our SEIU members are saying, what a difference a dozen years can make. 12 years ago in 2008, the LA County Board of Supervisors was commonly referred to as the Five Kings and Queens. Insulated, unresponsive, lacking a vision for the future for what LA County could be. LA County workers felt that they had no champion, not even a reliable partner on the board. The election of Mark Willie Thomas changed all that, paving the way for the elections that followed and ushering in a progressive era in Los Angeles County, a county that cares for the people it serves and for the workers who provide those services. We have not always agreed, but we have always shared a common vision. And while that vision continues to evolve, let us recognize and appreciate that the reimagining of LA County that is blossoming today had its seeds planted 12 years
Thank
ago.
you. You now have 1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
Well, let me repeat. As while the visions continue to evolve, let us recognize and appreciate that the reimagining of LA County that is blossoming today had its seeds planted 12 years ago with the election of Mark Willie Thomas. Supervisor Willie Thomas, we thank you for your service and for the legacy in which you leave us. 12 years ago, SEIU members chanted, "Yes, we can." Today, Mark, we can proudly chant, "Yes, we did." And last but not least, I like to say now we have the 5 dynamic queens. And I like to say welcome, Holly. And we are in favor of item 11, changing the name to the National History Project to the Mark Willie Thomas interest. Thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Nicholas Montano, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak to the board. I am addressing the board as a president of the Chatsworth Chamber of Commerce and a restaurant owner in Chatsworth. And I want to support the opposition of, or the support of the decision to oppose the closing of outdoor restaurants by Supervisor Barger. I understand that she's aware, and all you are aware, of the enormous expense that restaurants in the county have incurred to retrofit our establishments to meet the outdoor-only dining requirements. We have gone above and beyond to ensure the safety of our patrons and employees in order to curtail the spread of this the COVID virus. We believe that shutting down in-person dining will cause, or outdoor dining will cause the public to gather indoors and more likely to contract the virus. Outdoor dining is many times safer, and it's naive to think that the public will not gather indoors during these holidays. This virus will spread when outdoor dining venues are taken away as
Time has
options.
expired. Next speaker, please.
Jacob Black-Jackson, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Agenda item 19, and yes, I will be addressing on public comment. How y'all doing? My name is Jacob Jackson. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition and the LA Youth Rising Coalition. I wanted to know, did you know it costs $800 to lock up a youth in LA County? I feel as if my voice has value, and the situation is something very critical for me. Growing up in Los Angeles, I probably stopped affecting me before I was born due to my brother being shot and killed in South Central by LAPD in 1994. That made my mom more hyper-vigilant. At the age of 16, I was affected by the school-to-jail track, pushed out of Crenshaw High School and into the streets. That led me to be arrested, detained, and on probation. I was on probation for a full year. Being put on probation stopped my full focus from being at school, which took time from my mom, pulling her from her work. The mail from probation kept piling out, and over the months that added more stress on my mom, financially and emotionally. Living on Crenshaw, black and brown low-income community, other youths around me are always violated over small offenses that are harassed.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
All right. Still today, 90% of incarcerated youth identify as black and brown. Probation has taught me that we need a whole new department based on youth leadership and developing skills and access to cultural needs. Probation pick and choose who gets resources no more. I want to see a healthy turnaround in my community. Thanks to Free LA High at the Youth Justice Coalition, I graduated this past June and on time. Chukwus gave me more access to learning, transformative justice, being able to see a problem and identify from the roots, opened me up to a different view of political structures representative while being able to develop my leadership qualities and skills. My experiences and our experiences have to be a part of this decision. Like all time dismantled, we have to have a voice in planning our own futures and tax dollars, taking that $500 million juvenile probation budget to reallocate it today at the minimum of $75 million and more to programs and youth development like the ones at Chukwus that helped me become a leader today. Please, I urge that you say yes on agenda item 19.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kiana Asamanfar, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. I'd like to speak on items 12, 25, and general public comment. My name is Kiana Asamanfar, and I am a program manager at California Common Cause. California Common Cause is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works on voting rights, government transparency, money in politics, and redistricting reform. We have members in and have worked in LA County for many years and have led efforts to improve our democracy here in LA County. We'd like to congratulate LA County on its progress in implementing the Citizens Redistricting Commission, known as the CRC, the county's first ever independent commission tasked with redrawing Board of Supervisors maps. We'd also like to shout out Dean Logan, Jeff Klein, and the team at the Registrar Recorder County Clerk's Office who managed the recruitment process in the midst of preparing for a challenging election. Over 700 residents applied to play a lead role in the redistricting process, and 8 of those applicants will be selected to serve on the commission today. There are a few key principles behind the independent commission model that are important to acknowledge and continue to uphold. One is independence, putting community needs at the forefront of the redistricting process and deprioritizing the interests of political parties and incumbents when it comes to line drawing. The second is inclusivity, inviting all communities to participate and making accommodations for them to do so. Last but not least is transparency, bringing the redistricting process to light for all members of the public to observe and to participate. In the spirit of these principles, we fully support Supervisor Hahn's motion to live stream the selection of the first 8 commissioners. Giving members of the public access to this process will inspire faith in the integrity of LA County's redistricting process. It will also invite LA County residents to feel like they are part of the process from the very beginning, which could help invite them to take an active role in our redistricting process. Transparency is a critical part of this process. Maximized transparency moving forward cannot be emphasized enough. The public should have access to all redistricting-related items, including today's selection of the first 8 commissioners and all
CRC minute to address
meetings.
your general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. While the LA County CRC was designed to carry out the redistricting process independently from the Board of Supervisors, this motion from the board is a critical action that could set the stage for the success of the process. The Commission will begin to be seated today, and it is critical that it takes full control of the redistricting process moving forward. So the Commission should operate transparently and independently in its selection of staff and contractors, the development of its outreach strategy, and during the line drawing process. We look forward to working with the Commission and LA County residents in the upcoming redistricting cycle to help ensure fair representation for the next decade to come. Thank you so much, Supervisor Hahn, for today's amending motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And as a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue. Genevieve Clevreux, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. This is Genevieve Clevreux. I will speak to item 28, 29, and 30. I am really concerned about those huge contracts, again, with Orchid. I mean, we're talking about $126 million. But in addition to that, the county has to provide 35 new positions. And from the description, those are pretty high positions in information technology. So the cost is absurd. And also, to try to do an acuity system at this time when it's not mandated, I think is a waste of money. And acuity systems are very important, but from what I can read, this going to study in intensive care, which is absurd because intensive care is already mandated 1-to-1 patient or 1-to-2. So to create an acuity system for that is useless. So I am very concerned, and I think you really look very closely at those three items because they represent huge amount of money for things who are not going to help the county so much. So the thing I am the most upset is that in addition to the 126 million, we will have to pay for 35 new positions, and those, like I said, are going to be higher level positions. So anyway, thank you for listening, and I really miss our meeting in person for sure. Take care. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Bill Brandt, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yeah, hi. My name is Bill Brandt. I'm the mayor of Redondo Beach. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Yeah. Speaking on item S1, I'm concerned about outdoor dining. We spend a lot of time and money allowing for our businesses to continue to operate, as have many cities in LA County, and taking a lot of precautions. And I know you're under a tremendous amount of pressure for the newest county health order and the new cases. But I've been assured by the local restaurateurs they're going to double down on various restrictions in terms of 50% capacity, making sure everybody's wearing their masks, and making sure all the protocols are followed. So I'm hoping you'll pass the new county health order. As concerned as anybody, I spoke to the local CEOs of our hospitals this morning. They're at about 35 patients at Little Company Mary Hospital in Torrance, Providence, and 35 patients at Torrance Memorial Hospital. Spoke with both CEOs this morning. They're prepared for the surge that's coming. Their models are expecting to get back to the peak, but they feel confident that they can handle it. But everybody's worried.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Everybody's prepared.
Next speaker, please.
Robin Carter, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, I'm going to speak on S1, Public Health Order. Good morning. This is Robin Carter, council member for the City of Laverne. I am voicing my opposition to reinstating the closure order that takes place on Wednesday at 10 p.m. for restaurants. Our restaurants and businesses have endured an economic downturn for the past 9 months, and with each new county order, they have complied. They have spent thousands of dollars investing in safety measures just so they could operate their businesses. They have their own bills to pay and employees that they want to keep employed. This is a huge economic impact on the owners of the restaurants and their employees to their customers, which are our residents. In our city of Laverne, we love and support the businesses in our community because everyone knows them as family. We are punishing one sector without the evidence that they are contributing to the problem in our area. This is unfair to our owners, our employees, our constituents, and we are punishing those that are not the cause of the problem, but are the brunt of our decisions to close restaurants
Thank
down.
you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Robert Nadoff, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, Robert Notoff, Policy Director with the LA County Federation of Labor, and I'd like to speak on items 26, 36, and general public comment. The LA Fed would like to commend Supervisors Kuehl, Ridley Thomas, and the rest of the board for passing public health councils at the last meeting, as it's a proactive, common-sense proposal that utilizes the unique positions that workers are in as the eyes and ears within a workplace to make sure that the public health orders are, in fact, being followed. When workers are engaged in public health protocols, the public is safer. Unfortunately, there's the very real threat of retaliation that workers face for speaking up and reporting public health violations in the workplace. Should they speak up and run the risk of being fired, or should they remain silent and leave the public at risk of potential exposure? We all know that reporting violations immediately is the right thing to do, but workers must know that they'll be protected for doing so. Simply put, Nobody should have to choose between speaking up about a public health violation in the workplace and potentially losing their job for doing so. And that's why we're urging the board to vote yes on today's anti-retaliation ordinance. If we're truly serious about flattening the curve of infection as well as the curve of inequity, then we will vote yes on 26 and 36. And as for our general public comment, on behalf of the LA Fed and our 800,000 hardworking members, we'd like to send a heartfelt thank you to Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas for 12 years of incredible leadership. As Nelson Mandela once famously said, a good head and a good heart are always a formidable combination. And during your 12 years, sir, you have proven that statement to be true. Your tenacity in pushing for a $15 minimum wage not only showed true compassion for those who were struggling to make basic ends meet, but it also helped to stabilize our local economy. Your boldness in calling for and leading the way on an anti-racist policy agenda for LA County was groundbreaking, and your drive in pushing for public health councils and today's anti-retaliation ordinance required out-of-the-box thinking to develop real-time solutions for problems to which there is no playbook. That's true leadership, and you can stand tall in the legacy that you left for the board, for the residents of the 2nd District, and for all of us to follow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Maria Salinas, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'll be speaking on item S1 and general public comment. I'm here on behalf of the LA Chamber and the business community of the County of Los Angeles. We'd like to express our strong opposition to the recent public health orders imposing further restrictions to retail and dining establishments. As you've heard from many, these restrictions for these businesses create an untenable situation for businesses, especially those small businesses in our neighborhoods. There is no significant evidence that this spike is attributed to these dining establishments. These new proposed restrictions are wrongly focused on businesses who have invested their life savings to ensure precautions are in place and that their employees can work safely so that they provide for their families. We urge you to reconsider these proposed guidelines. We gain nothing other than to put an end to those businesses that are supporting the local economies in our neighborhood. The actions of this board reflect the values that each of you
Thank you. You now have your 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. The actions of this board reflect the values that each of you have for the well-being of our county, and we are grateful to you for keeping that in mind. We understand that addressing this health crisis is a priority, but we urge the board to seek alternatives, a more balanced approach, so that businesses can continue and can be here for the long haul as this economy recovers. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Marcel Rodarte, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm going to be speaking on public comment and item S1. We sent a letter late last night on behalf of the California Contract Cities. Read it in part. Our member cities have expressed concern that these restrictions to go into effect Wednesday evening will further hurt already struggling businesses, particularly with the holiday season looming. Many of the businesses continue to struggle, and additional restrictions could likely mean the end for a lot of these small businesses. In an effort to keep our cities informed on the decision-making process for the impending restrictions, we're requesting several pieces of information, and we'd like to know what the data-driven rationale is that led to this decision. You're helping us locating this information, or responses to the following would be greatly appreciated by our members. 1, data relating to contract tracing, outbreak clusters, or other evidence that indicates outdoor dining has a direct or indirect correlation to the rising COVID-19 cases over the past several weeks. 2, what support can restaurants expect from the county to offset the cost invested to allow for additional outdoor dining and additional lost revenues? What, if any, coordination the county has done with EDD to address the certain influx of unemployment claims?
You have 1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. What, if any, coordination the county has done with EDD to address the certain influx of unemployment claims over the upcoming holiday season? The process for reaching decisions to restrict specific sectors but not others, i.e. coordination between the Board of Supervisors, Department of Public Health, negotiations, parties involved, etc. And what role, if any, does the Board of Supervisors play in reaching these types of decisions? We thank you in advance for your dedication to the public health and public safety and for your assistance with the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Do not press 1, then 0 a second time, or your line will be removed from the queue. Laura Sohm, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning to the Board of Los Angeles. I will be speaking for item number 25. My name is Laura Pham. I live in the city of Long Beach. I'm the co-chair of Equity for Cambodians. I'm also a survivor of the Khmer Rouge genocide. Like many Cambodians, we have escaped the dictatorship of the Khmer Rouge and came to Long Beach. Long Beach has the largest Cambodian population in the nation. We've been here over 40 years plus, and we became victims of systemic oppression by way of gerrymandering. Our political voice has been diluted. Our majority has been split into 4 council districts. Around 2016, we have organized a group of survivors and immigrants with the help of the mayor to amend the City of Long Beach Charter to reflect the citizen redistricting effort that reflects the county and the nation's effort to end gerrymandering. We have worked so hard to get here. And now it is the time for us to implement the new policy.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Adam Lane, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, Adam Lane. I'm speaking on general public comment. On behalf of the LA Business Council and our over 450 members, I want to express our deep gratitude and respect for Supervisor Ridley Thomas and his 12 years of service as a supervisor for LA County's 2nd District. We've been honored to partner with the supervisor on efforts addressing homelessness, affordable education, and much more. He has always made it clear that he's willing to tackle our region's most pressing issues head-on, and we've been honored to support his efforts. The work he has done to address homelessness in LA County cannot be understated. Simply, we would not have Measure H without his leadership. He has fought diligently to open emergency shelters, healthcare and service facilities, and permanent supportive housing. His receptiveness to feedback from the business community shows that he is willing to work across diverse cross-sectoral coalitions to ensure that our solutions are equitable and economical. We have been proud to partner with the supervisor, and we very much look forward to seeing how he can lead LA City Council with dignity and respect the same way he has at the County Board. Thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Justin Levitt, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I'm here to speak in support of the proposed amendment to item 25 and for general public comment.
Please.
My name is Justin Levitt. Thank you. My name is Justin Levitt. I'm a professor of law at Loyola Law School, and I wish you also a good morning. As you know, in the past, the redistricting of county supervisor seats has not always been conducted in the best interest of all Angelinos, but I think the new structure of the Citizens Redistricting Commission is a really important means to turn the page and to increase public confidence in the equity of the district lines. Supervisor Hahn's motion to live stream the selection of independent commissioners is a really important further step in engaging the public in this important effort. Letting the public see the proceedings take place, even while we're distanced during the pandemic, is a very significant step toward meaningful transparency. And so I support the supervisor's motion to live stream the selection of commissioners. I thank her for her motion, and I thank you all for your consideration. Happy Thanksgiving to you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ronaldo Vieta, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Ronaldo Vieta. I am a youth advocate and community organizing intern with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition and a youth leader within the Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition. I'm here today to speak in favor of Agenda Item 19. Youth Justice Reimagined is a report that I truly believe in and a process which I was centered in. as a formerly incarcerated youth who spent 4 years in our system, looking at life in prison, I understand the punitive approaches and how and the complex nuances of the fundamentally flawed system currently in place. I came home 2 years ago due to innovative ways of rehabilitation, and I truly believe that this report is going to bring hope and the true resources that our youth need. And I really stand by this report as a layup youth leader. I just really want to echo that it is for our youth. It's something that I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. It's something that...
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Randy Rage, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Item S1. And first, I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors. You're in a very difficult position, and especially you, Madam Chair. I know that you feel like you need to do something, but shutting down businesses is not just businesses, it's people. And at what expense is that going to be, and what is going to be gained? I don't think there's anybody on this call that thinks shutting down restaurants is going to cure the COVID situation in the near term. The public has grown weary of what feels like very arbitrary mandates where we keep trying different items to see what works. We're ready to go back to our churches, our gyms, and we're certainly not going to give up our restaurants. If you drive around Los Angeles, its businesses are open. The county is back open, and I think it's very unlikely that it would ever reshutter itself.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ezekiel Nishiyama, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. Again.
Hello, I'm speaking on agenda item 19. And I'd like to take general public comment. Hello, everyone. My name is Ezekiel Nishiyama. I'm a youth advocate with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I would first like to thank all 5 Board of Supervisors for presenting this motion. As a youth, I experienced the probation system at a young age. The experience still follows me today as I look back at the trauma I went through. I never seen the support I needed provided, as law enforcement models told me I would never be shit, labeled me a problem child. At 15 years old, I experienced incarceration, offering my life to get out the system, and seeing the true reality that our systems are made for us to mess up, becoming a setup for our failure. With that being the case, we have recognized the failures we have had in our system, and it proves it isn't effective. As a youth who spent 4 years of his life in the system, I've seen the little programs and opportunity that was given to us.
Thank you. You now have your 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Our future generations need the support and tools for success. All it takes is someone caring and seeing the best in us as we fight battles within ourselves while trying to be the best versions of ourselves. I never thought that we would come so far in this work, but the job is never over. We still spend $500 million a year on probation. We as a community are asking for at least $75 million of this budget, but I believe we will need more to build a better future for LA. I want to recognize all the hard work and the shifts we made in the county. Thank you all for this time, as I appreciate my voice being heard.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
As a reminder, to address the board, if you've not already done so, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue. Patricia Gonzalez, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm providing comments on item 25 and general comments as well. My name is Patricia Gonzalez. I'm the Vice President of the Willie Velasquez Institute and the Director of Operations for Southwest Voter Registration Education Project. Southwest Voter and the Willie Velasquez Institute support Supervisor Hahn's motion to conduct the selection of members of the Citizens Redistricting Commission via live stream during the meeting of the Board of Supervisors. This will allow members of the public to witness the selection process from the beginning to the end. With the population of an estimated 10.1 million people residing in Los Angeles County, of which an estimated 48% are Latino, Southwest Voter and Willie Velasquez Institute seek a transparent process that we believe will ensure the final map will be representative of Latinos and their interests. Latinos should be able to elect their candidate of choice for the next 10 years. We at Southwest Voter and Willie Velasquez Institute
now have
believe,
1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. We at Southwest Voter and the Willie Velasquez Institute believe the entire redistricting process must be transparent and allow for community input. Districts must be drawn following state and federal law, complying with federal and the California Voting Rights Act. This transparency will allow for community of interest to be kept intact. We look forward to the transparency of the LA County Redistricting Commission. The Commission must provide a true representation of the close to 5 million Latinos who reside in Los Angeles County with its final map. Thank you, Supervisors, for your time today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yeah, it's Eric Previn, and I'd like to speak on the agenda items and a general public comment as well.
Please begin.
Okay, so first of all, it's challenging because I called in actually before the time, but here I am. Item 17 is a look at the golf course, the Victoria Golf Course, once again, which was recommended by Vico, an LLC, which we had an enormous legal battle, and a new group called Plenitude took over. And now what we're doing, my brother and I actually wrote an article about, hey, what if we took some of the 18 county golf courses and made a park so that it wasn't just about golf, but people could be outdoors, their families, etc. And Mr. Ridley Thomas has run with that idea, and now we have the USTA Association, LA Galaxy, and a bunch of private partners. What I was not as keen on in my original idea, which may be parallel to his original idea, was such a privatization of what I think are these great county amenities. So a little bit of a frowny face on that. And not to mention the fact that Mary Wickham, who has moved on to be a judge across the street, totally inappropriate, saw that there was funny business right up in front. And Mr. Rodrigo de Silva, I'd like to welcome him and congratulate him on suggesting that Mark Ridley Thomas' name be affixed to the entrance to the Museum of Natural History. Here is a great tribute to a great man, but let's not kid a kidder. We have been bending over backwards to give George Lucas the keys to the Lucas Narrative Museum, but there's been a central question that we also wrote about. It must be free for the young folks of South Los Angeles. And that was intended to be parallel to the State Museum right there, the Science Center that was beloved, that is free. But what is not free is the Museum of Natural History. But Bennington Vargas makes an enormous amount of money, and there's a lot of commingling among influential supervisors, fundraising and such, which infuriates me because the kids are the ones who need to be admitted.
You have your 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you, Zavala. My 1 minute is going to be dedicated to the great Board of Supervisors, and thanks to Janice Hahn for cracking a joke at the outset. But let's be serious here. You've cut the meetings by half by the gag of we only meet once every 2 weeks because there's COVID. You're sitting in your homes. You should be taking public comment. We have lots of things to say about the fishy contracts, about the increasing the authorization so that money doesn't have to be checked. It's not... these kinds of small fraudulent matters happen because nobody's paying attention. So that's why it's important that public comment. I was very interested in the comments from Dr. Claverell about these enormous expenditures in the healthcare section. And look, in terms of the neighborhood and people in the restaurants, we can backpedal from that idea. I think we should have outdoor dining. Well, that's reasonable, for God's sakes, because if people can be outdoors doing other things, they can be outdoors dining safely. We should not hobble I know it's tricky. It's okay to backpedal and front pedal a little bit. Nobody's upset with Dr. Ferrer except for everybody. Let's get it right. And
thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Tina Rowe, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
My name is Mrs. Rowe. I'm calling in support of Agenda Item 39H and to make general public comment. Good morning. I'm an active member of Community Coalition and live in City of Pasadena. I'm also Native American, Indigenous to North American, Apache. First and foremost, I want to thank Supervisor Dennis Hahn and Mark Bradley Thomas for their leadership in addressing child safety in LA County. As a member of Community Coalition, DCFS Judicial Reform Committee, sorry for the echo, we have spent over 6 months drafting a demand letter titled Reimagining Child Safety that we plan to circulate to all of you no later than Monday, December 7th, before the next hearing. I wholeheartedly urge you to read this demand letter because it complements the motion well and gives more insight from people with lived experiences on how to reimagine child safety holistically. The consultant that will conduct the equity audit should be community-oriented and actively engaged with community with lived experience and every step of the reimagining child safety process. As a member of COCO's DCFS Judicial Reform Committee, I am eager to participate in the stakeholder engagement. Paraphrasing Aristotle, my story is more than the sum of its parts. Yes, it's true. I am a survivor of domestic violence who is recovering from a traumatic experience with DCFS. Yet I am resilient and choose to use my experience as a way to uplift others and to voice the need for change in our justice systems. I'm now happily married, celebrating my first year's wedding anniversary just yesterday. That said, I have 4 years of experience in various courtrooms dedicated to children and families. My first experience was somewhat fair in family court, where courts gave my ex-spouse and abuser joint custody of our son. The judge understood that I had raised our son solely the first 5 years of his life, but then because my ex-spouse and domestic abuser did not agree with this court decision, he began a campaign of false allegations against me.
Elaine Batchelor, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. This is Dr. Elaine Batchelor. I am speaking to item number 11. Supervisor Ridley Thomas created a legacy for our community in South LA that is not something he will ever leave behind. It's a living and growing testament to his courage, an affirmation that help cannot and will not be denied to a vulnerable community. His belief that a state-of-the-art facility could be created in South LA made an unlikely vision a reality. His conviction carries us still. We are grateful for the supervisor's many gifts in offering help to LA. I'm personally grateful for his enduring friendship and support, and glad that he will still be an important part of the leadership of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Frank Martinez, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I'm going to be making general public comment. My name is Frank Martinez, Policy Director of SCAMP, the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing. We represent the builders of nonprofit affordable housing in Los Angeles County and the region. SCAMP would like to extend our gratitude to Mark Ridley Thomas for championing affordable housing in LA County. He has become a principled voice for the homeless not only here, but at the statewide level. His actions have spoken loudly as well. Notably, Supervisor Ridley Thomas authored Measure J, which has directed hundreds of millions of dollars each year to fight homelessness. He has supported ongoing eviction moratorium and rent relief, and he has been critical in the effort to address the affirmatively furthering fair housing reforms. LA County is stronger because of Mark Ridley Thomas, and SCAMP looks forward to collaborating with him in the future to build an LA where everyone has a safe, affordable home. Thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Latia Settle, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Latia Settle, and I'm speaking on agenda item 39H, 19, and making public comment. Good morning. My name is Latia. I'm a Community Coalition member and military veteran. retired from the U.S. Army. I want to thank Supervisor Janice Hahn and Mark Ridley Thomas for their leadership in addressing child safety in LA County. I've had a negative experience dealing with DCSF, family court, and children's court. To start, they don't even ask people if they are active duty military or veterans that have served this country. Resources for veterans are not connected with anything with this broken system consisting of family court, children's court, and DCSF. Domestic abuse in its various forms is frequently ignored, and victims are re-victimized and retaliated against. Social workers get away with filing false reports, not returning phone calls to parents, and not ensuring minimal court-ordered visitations are taking place. Family reunification is not a priority with DCSF nor family court. Think that permanent separation and destruction of family is the goal instead of healing and reunifying families. Social workers and judicial officers are not held accountable for their actions. Given my lived experience, this is why I urge the board to pass this Reimagining Safety, Health, and Human Services for Our Children and Families motion. As a member of Community Coalition, Reimagining Child Safety Committee, I have spent months drafting a demand letter with a group of other mothers that we plan to circulate to all of you no later than Monday, December 7th, before your next hearing. I urge you to read the demand letter because it complements the motion well and gives more insight from people with lived experience on how to reimagine child safety. The consultant that will conduct the equity audit should be community-oriented and actively engaged.
You now have 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
The community with lived experience at every step of the Reimagining Child Safety process. As a member of Community Coalition, DCSF, and Judicial Reform Committee, I'm eager to participate in the stakeholder engagement. And for agenda number 19, there needs to be the children that are system impacted need to be included, impacted by family court and children's court, with biological families. All of these children are not in foster care. Some children are severed from one biological parent and left with one biological parent, but this has very negative impact to these children. There's no just cause for severing this one parent, but it's actively done by DCSF and family court. And these children also, the children of military veterans are not being identified in this
Thank you. Your
juvenile
time
justice.
has expired. Next speaker, please.
Herb Hatanaka, please state the regular agenda items you are addressing today, and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Item 25 and general public comment. Good morning. I'm Herb Hatanaka, the director of SSG and a member of the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council. I'm speaking today to support the motion by Supervisor Hahn to amend item 25 and live stream the selection of the Citizens Redistricting Commission. My API colleagues and I and APCON have been active in the last 3 redistricting commission processes, and in 2010 I had the privilege of serving on the Redistricting Commission as an appointee of Supervisor Kanabe. We know how critical it is for our communities to be involved in advocating for fair and equitable supervisorial boundary lines. It's a challenge given the fact that while we are a growing population approaching 20% of the county, we are nonetheless spread out in every SOUP district. And without a loud voice in the process, it's possible that redrawing district lines will marginalize our communities. The API community has always appreciated being acknowledged and supported by...
1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
Appreciated being acknowledged and supported by this board given the current boundaries. Again, I support the motion to live stream by Supervisor Hahn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that now concludes the 1 hour of public comment testimony.
Thank you. Our time for public speakers has ended. I want to thank all that called in to speak. If you were unable to provide your comments, you may submit written comments as indicated on the agenda. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will then become part of the record. Madam Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda items on which we will be voting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following items are before you. 1D through 3D, 1P, 8 through 10, 12, 13, 15 through 18, 22, 24, 26 through 38, 39A through 39E. On 39E, Supervisor Barger abstains from the vote. 39F through 39G, 39H as revised, 39J, 42, and 43.
Thank you. That will be moved by Supervisor Ridley Thomas, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kill.
Aye.
Supervisor Kill, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Before we take up public comment on the public hearing items, the Executive Officer will read the short titles of each public hearing item. For the appeal hearings, items 2 and 3, we will also hear from the appellants and applicants. Thereafter, we will take the remaining speakers for public comment on the hearing items. Madam Executive Officer, please swear in those who plan to testify before the board on the public hearing items.
In the testimony you may give before the board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Item 1 is a hearing on the 2019-20 fiscal year report for the library facilities mitigation fee funds. There is no departmental statement and correspondence was received. Item 2 is a hearing on appeal of a project number 2019-002824-3 to authorize the construction of 2 wireless communications facility towers to be part of the Los Angeles Regional Interoperable Communication Systems located at 24480 West Saddle Peak Road in the unincorporated area of the Santa Monica Mountains Coastal Zone within the Malibu Zone District. A written departmental statement was provided and no correspondence was received.
The appellant's representative, Elizabeth Barris, will be given 2 minutes. Ms. Barris, please begin.
Thank you. LA Ricks has failed to meet their burden of proof on this application, and the Planning Department's approval of this permit violates the Telecom Act, established jurisprudence in the Ninth Circuit Court, as well as local policies, procedures, and laws. LA Ricks has failed to give any hard data showing dead spots or significant gaps in coverage, and that's because there are no significant gaps in coverage. By its own admission, all of its data and propagation maps have actually been manipulated. In fact, LA Ricks openly admits right on their application and in total opposition to 24 years of established federal law that they intend to provide overlapping and redundant coverage. Both local and federal law expressly prohibits this type of conduct, in addition to the tower actually exceeding the maximum height permitted by Santa Monica Mountain's local coastal program. This statement alone warrants a denial of the LA Ricks application. LA Ricks is not only violating these laws, but is now requesting the board join them in their violations. Were this tower to be built, it would be within the LA Ricks' power to unilaterally increase the height of the tower to as much as 38 feet, a more than doubling of the current height submitted, not to even mention the additional antennas. The Department of Regional Planning would be legally prohibited from stopping LA Ricks per the Middle Class Tax Relief and Jobs Creation Act of 2012. The fact that other towers are present in that complex is not relevant to this tower, or these towers, as you stated, there may be 2 of them. The board has to evaluate this specific application, and LA Ricks has clearly failed to meet its burden of proof. The application is patently defective and should be rejected in toto. In view of the foregoing, we respectfully submit that you reverse the Commission's September 16th findings and order and deny LA Ricks' application for approval to build its proposed cell tower or towers at the Saddle Peak location. In the alternative, we ask that you refer the matter back to the Commission for further proceedings. And if I have any time left, I just want you to know I'm not an attorney. Our attorney had surgery today, and I'm speaking on his behalf, but I would like to give public comment. But I was taken out of the queue because of this presentation. My comment is important because I was given precancerous.
Time has expired.
I'd like to give, may I give public comment?
No, we're going to give 2 minutes for the applicant's representative, Tanya Roth. Ms. Roth, please begin.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tanya Roth, and I'm the LA Ricks Deputy Program Manager. It is my honor to provide testimony as applicant to Agenda Item 2. At the federal and local levels, emergency communications have been identified as a weakness, putting our region's structures, lives, and natural resources in jeopardy. Specific to the Malibu area, the Woolsey Fire After Action Report highlighted the need for improved communications. The LA Ricks facility at Saddle Peak directly responds to that documented need and gap in service to the community. In order to mitigate impact to the surrounding natural environment, the facility has been sited on land with numerous other communications facilities such that use type remains consistent with existing development. Further, the antenna support structures have been designed at the lowest possible height for operations, over 140 feet lower than the immediately adjacent commercial telecom facility. Arriving at this location was a carefully evaluated and engineered process taking into account criteria from the Santa Monica Mountains LIP. This facility meets all FCC emission limit requirements and will provide fill-in coverage to the areas that the LA Ricks sites at lower elevation cannot reach, as all sites in the county-wide 58-site system work in concert with each other to provide a comprehensive and robust coverage footprint. Without this facility, those areas will have coverage gaps, making a high fire severity zone with diverse topography and resources even more complicated to protect and serve. LA Ricks is the primary replacement radio system for LA County Fire and Sheriff, along with any agency in the region, which make it critically important during mutual aid events such as the devastating fires we've seen this year. We respectfully request that the appeals be denied and that this project that is so critical to public safety and protection of structures, lives, and resources in the Santa Monica Mountains is approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Item 3 is a hearing on appeals of project number 2019-002715-3 to authorize the construction of a new monopine wireless communication facility to be part of the Los Angeles Regional Interoperable Communication System located at 1832 South Decker Canyon in an incorporated community of the Santa Monica Mountains coastal zone within the Malibu Zone District. A written departmental statement was provided and no correspondence was received.
Thank you. Each of the 5 applicants will be given 1 minute. We'll begin with Lita Albuquerque, then Rep. Rebecca Carpenter, Dana Hartley, Leah Hamill, and Chantel Gilbert. So we'll begin with Lita. You have 1 minute. Please begin.
I would like to speak to the public hearing, item number 3, and add my public comment. My name is Lita Albuquerque. I'm property owner adjacent to fire station number 72. The nationwide emergency communication system for public safety is, of course, extremely important, but using antiquated technology does not. This Motorola technology is ineffective, costly, and destructive. It destroys the view, destroys property value, is costly to maintain, prone to fire, and brings up multiple lawsuits. What we're proposing is a 21st century satellite technology that now has 100% communication, advanced technology, less costly in the end, happy people, 0 lawsuits. I have a number of questions for you. Why is one of the most progressive county in the county fall back in old technology? Are you in communication business or are you in the Motorola antenna business? Do you really want to leave the lives of our firemen in the hands of an outdated
Thank
system?
you. Your time has expired.
If we're not,
Thank you. Now, Rebecca Carpenter.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Carpenter. I'm a resident in the Santa Monica Mountains. I'm speaking on item 3 and public comment. I'm appealing the LA County Board of Supervisors to protect us, your constituents, and the land that you oversee, and to not approve the LA Ricks Tower to be installed at Fire Station 72. This is adding insult to injury to the 255 homes that were lost in this district, just in this district alone. This, where the LA Ricks site is proposed to be, This is not the time to rush and to sneak in this tower that has not proven to be safe to human beings or to wildlife in our area. The environmental PEA on the LA RIC website is 4 years old. It's from 2016, and the FEMA employee that signed it and said there's no significant environmental impact, it's also from 2016. It's out of date. It was prior to the Woolsey fires happening in 2018, and the devastation to our ecosystem and to our own livelihoods is not being taken into account.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Now we'll have Dana Hartley.
Hi, Dana Hartley. I live right next to this fire station. I am 70 feet above the fire station proposal tower. It is going to be shooting the beam straight across my valley, level with my property line. No one has bothered to come out and look at this site. You just decide to put this in without looking at other options and ruining 3 properties immediately next to the fire station. I do not want to be looking at my ocean view, maybe 70 feet out, and knowing there's a beam level with my ground, killing all the birds, these beautiful owls, eagles, bald eagles are out here now. They go through this and they're sterilized. This is proven fact. I am tired of fighting you. I've been at every meeting bringing this up. No one's bothered to come out here and give us a complete line of where it's going across the valley. The fire station is 1,600 feet. My driveway's at 1,650. I'm already 50 feet, and then I go up 20 more feet, and I'm level with the beam, looking at it. Damn it. Why don't you come out and look at this valley? You're shooting a beam across a valley.
Your time has expired.
You now, Leah Hamill.
Hi, I'm Leah Hamill. I'm addressing item number 3 for public comment. I'm a resident of the Santa Monica Mountains and live within 400 feet of this tower. As we all know, but LA RICS refuses to acknowledge, this tower has never been proven to show that it doesn't affect human beings' health in close proximity to it. I can't believe that no one seems to care that long-term residents that live near it could get sick from it. I'm urging you to find another place for this tower to be built, as there are so many other alternative locations that have never been considered. We have already lost our homes in the Woolsey fire and need peace of mind that our health and well-being will be safe as we all continue to rebuild. I want you all to know that we are prepared to continue to fight this because our basic human rights are flat out being ignored. Thank you for letting me speak, and I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving.
And last, Chantal Gilbert. I see that Chantal is not on, so we will now have the applicant's representative, Tanya Roth. You will be given 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello again, Madam Chair and members of the board. Tanya Roth is applicant for agenda item 3. Currently, emergency communications across the county's 4,000 square miles are accomplished using a patchwork of 40 disjointed and aging radio networks that were largely built in the 80s with the greatest technology available at that time, 40 years ago. The LA RICS facility at Fire Station 72 directly responds to the gapping service to the community and documented need for improved communications that has been cited at the federal and local levels, specifically and most recently in the Woolsey Fire After Action Report, where nearly 97,000 acres were burned in this very area. In order to mitigate impact to the surrounding natural environment, the antenna support structure has been designed as a monopine at the minimum height necessary for operations and set to the rear of the property away from the designated scenic corridor of Decker Canyon Road. The facility leverages the best technology available today, particularly as it relates to interoperability. Further, the facility is sited on a publicly owned property that has been previously disturbed and has existing communications infrastructure. Arriving at this location was a meticulously evaluated process, taking into account criteria from the Santa Monica Mountains LIP. This facility meets all FCC emission limit requirements and will provide unique coverage to portions of Pacific Coast Highway, Mulholland Highway, and Decker Canyon Road. Without this facility, those areas will have coverage gaps, making a high fire severity zone even more complicated to protect and serve. LA-RICS is a primary replacement radio system for county fire and county sheriff and any agency in the region, which is critically important during mutual aid events such as the 2018 Woolsey fire and the devastating fires we've seen this year. Preservation of our resources is highly impacted by available and reliable communications. We respectfully request that the appeals be denied and that this project is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5 is a hearing on project number R2013-02756-1 to authorize the continued operation of the existing hospital located at 4081 East Olympic Boulevard in the unincorporated community of East Los Angeles within the East Side Unit Number 1 Zone District. A written departmental statement was provided and no correspondence was received. Item 6 is a hearing on project number 2017-003501-3 to amend the county general plan to update the Santa Monica Mountains North Area Plan, amend County Code Title 22, Planning and Zoning, to repeal and replace the North Area Community Standards Districts to provide greater protection of biological resources and align the policies and standards with the local coastal programs. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received. Item 7 is a hearing on project number R2014-00285-5 to authorize a zone change and development program for the creation of 157 lots comprised of 137 residential lots located at 28701 Sloan Canyon Road in the unincorporated community of Santa Clarita within the Castaic Canyon Zone District. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received.
Thank you. We will now take public comment on the public hearing items 1 through 7. Madam Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment on items 1 through 7 should call 877-767-5651 and use participant code number 1003836. To repeat, please call 844-767-5651 and use participant code number 1003836. Do not call the number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which public hearing items you wish to speak on. Each person will have 1 minute for all the public hearing items. We will allocate up to 60 minutes for public comment on all the public hearing items. If there are no speakers waiting before 60 minutes have lapsed, we will close public comment. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the public hearing items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on a public hearing item, you will get 1 warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time, and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note that if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
And as a reminder, to address the board, if you've not already done so, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue. Beryl Johnson, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items that you are addressing today. You may begin.
Thank you. To Madam Chair, council members, Board of Supervisors, planning commissioners and staff, neighbors, and friends. My name is Farrell Johnson. I'm the National Vice President of Facilities Development for Prospect Medical, and I'm here to speak on item 5, project R2013-02756, with respect to an oxygen tank. This hospital was built around 1956, and currently we've had an old tank here since then with a capacity of about 500 gallons. Currently, we have an approved temporary tank of about 1,500 gallons, and our proposal is in submittal for a new 3,000-gallon tank to reduce the high impact of deliveries, allow us the capacity to support our additional ventilators, et cetera, in support of our patients' populations during this pandemic. We're asking everyone's support and the support and approval of this project.
Time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Art Lorenzen, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items that you are addressing today. You may begin.
Agenda item number 7, Honorable Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Art Lorenzini, Managing Director of the Claremont Companies, representing the applicant. We concur with the staff recommendations referable to the adoption actions for the reserve project. Thank you very much.
So please begin. Next speaker, please.
Tony Ramirez, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items that you are addressing today. You may begin.
I'm speaking to item number 2 and 3. Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Tony Ramirez. I'm Assistant Fire Chief of the LA County Fire Department. Been a member of the department for over 32 years. I'm in charge of our emergency communication system and speaking support of the new site that we have to be installed at Fire Station 72. The site will improve the fire department's communication system, which is critical in nature for our department to handle all types of medical calls, fire calls, such like the Woolsey Fire, and any lifeguard emergencies off the coast in the Malibu area. LA County Fire Department has been part of the LA RICS through design and implementation phases of the whole program. The fire department responds to incidents in the areas around the department, around the area, such like the Woolsey Fire that went into
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Colin Dangard, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Yes, I wish to make public comments on item number 6 for proposed changes to the North Area Plan. I'm a resident of 184 North Canaan Doom Road, and I strongly oppose these proposals to limit guest ranches on properties like mine. It was an old dairy farm. It's been inhabited by animals for over now 60 years, and it wanted to stay that way. And it's now proposed that events held on such properties, they need to be on a minimum of 10 acres. That would eliminate everybody except the very rich in this Santa Monica Mountain area that for 5,000 years has been a place where people have celebrated weddings and the living and the dead since the Chumash Indians and the Spanish.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Joseph Barnmettler, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items that you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Joseph Barnmettler. I'm a community leader in San Fernando Valley and the Greater Valley Glen Neighborhood Council board member. I am speaking on behalf of myself, not my board, regarding item 2 and 3 in the 5G tower installation. I'm against this. I think there's apparently a tremendous amount of lack of transparency, number of Brown Act violations, and it's very concerning that we have all these health issues that are not appropriately addressed with the EIRs that apparently are outdated. So this is moving very fast. I think that the In my opinion, the board needs to put a moratorium on further installations in order to research the public health hazards that are being brought up and continually in court, and also address just how much that will benefit the communication disaster elements of which
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Lonnie Gordon, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items that you are addressing today. You may begin.
I'm addressing item number 3 and general. In 2005, the International Firefighters Union, representing over 300,000 firefighters, recognized wireless microwave radiation health effects and has stood strongly against locating cell towers near or on top of fire stations. There's a 28-page International Association of Firefighter resolution detailing the health effects associated with the exposure to wireless microwave radiation and reported symptoms of their exposed firefighters. Sorry about that. The document states numerous health effects were found to be caused by wireless radiation. The resolution was a result of complaints by firefighters of headaches, memory problems, sleeping problems, anxiety following the installation of cell towers at their fire stations. Brain scans of the firefighters in 2005 showed abnormalities. The results of these abnormal brain scans were summarized in a letter written to the FCC in 2013.
Thanks. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Charlene Hopi, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items that you are addressing today. You may begin.
I'm addressing the LA Ricks towers that are going up. I agree with the appeal that is being put forth by Ms. Barris. Technology is not for free. We all see the results of the fossil fuel industry and what it's doing to the environment. Please read the science that is out there regarding these towers. It is not for free. It causes many health problems for humans, health problems for the planet, and people who live close to these are more prone to these health problems. I'm sorry, I was taken off guard when you called my name. So anyway, please, I'm against these towers. The radiation is not good for the health of the people and the planet. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to read the science. It is out there. 200 years ago, when people were giving comments regarding the fossil fuel industry, look where we are now with the greenhouse gases. That is where we are headed eventually with this technology. We need to slow things down in the Santa Monica Mountains, but this does not happen.
Next speaker, please.
Alice Carpenter, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
This is Alice Carpenter. I live on Decker School Road. I'm a homeowner and resident, and I'm addressing items 2 and 3. I'm opposed to the LA Ricks towers. I'm 70 years old. I have health challenges. I have multiple chemical sensitivities, and I don't want to promote an earlier death for myself or other people in the mountains, as well as the wonderful wildlife we have. Love you all, and I thank God for you, and I hope that you will listen. Pass.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Pat Henkel, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Next speaker, please.
Laura Pena, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Laura Pena. I will be speaking on agenda item S1. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their consideration to not pass item S1, closing outdoor dining. As a local business owner in Hermosa Beach, I want to provide perspective. In March, when the virus first hit, we didn't know if the mortality rate was 10%, 5%, or 0.01. Extreme measures like the shutdown.
Excuse me, ma'am, we're on public hearing, not S1. Do you have any comments for a public hearing?
Yes, I wanted to talk about S1, so this is not the time?
No, sorry.
We're on public hearing items 1 through 7. Next speaker, please.
Roger Pugliese, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Item number 6. This organization, our organization, the Topanga Association for a Scenic Community, is grateful for the leadership of Supervisor Sheila Kuehl and her staff in their quest in protecting the Santa Monica Mountains. We wholeheartedly support the above referenced project and ask you to vote to approve, adopt, and certify the North Area Plan, the Community Standards District, and the FEIR. We stand with other homeowners and environmental organizations asking for the continued and stronger protection for our Santa Monica Mountains. In particular, we support the expansion of the tree protection. Trees are the lifeblood of these mountains. Due to fires that ravage the Santa Monica Mountains, we must do everything we can to stop their further destruction, happening from frequent fire, global warming, disease, and urban sprawl.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Catherine McClenaghan, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hi. Item number 2. My name's Catherine McClenaghan. I'm a resident of Topanga, and I'm vehemently against this cell tower. There's so much evidence that wireless radiation causes cancer, neurological illness, organ damage, genetic damage, and lesser effect, headache, loss of energy. Topanga is a sanctuary. We're trying to get rid of this radiation. It is legal in the United States for military to conduct experimentation on the population. I do not want the county to place me in harm's way of these experiments, which the military has fully admitted that they will be conducting with the use of these towers. The BOS rejected the LA Ricks towers 5 years ago based on cancer and other adverse health effects, and the science has only increased. There was a 10-year, $30 million study from the National Toxicology Program showing clear evidence of statistically significant carcinogenic effects from background wireless radiation. The Firefighters Union has spoken on the issue of communications and stated on the record they have zero problems in that area. They did not want the towers on their stations because...
Debbie Pettis, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
My name is Debbie Pattis, and I'm speaking for agenda item number 6. As a 15-year North Area resident, I strongly support the updated North Area Plan, the CSD, and the final EIR. I want to congratulate the Department of Regional Planning, Supervisor Kuehl, and the 3rd District leadership and staff for their tireless work to provide an open and responsive process for thoroughly vetting stakeholders' suggestions and concerns. I support the additional protections detailed by the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation. In keeping with other restrictions on high-impact uses in single-road access parcels, I urge you to prioritize public safety and exclude RR lots on single-access roads from proposed by-right expansion of horsekeeping. Please vote to approve the update and direct County Council to return for the second reading without delay. The Santa Monica Mountains' irreplaceable biological resources, historic rural, semi-rural way of life, and public access for recreation need our protection and stewardship. Please adopt and certify the North Area Plan before cumulative adverse impacts lead to irreversible damage to the environment and jeopardy.
Next speaker, please.
Danny Pettis, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hi. My name is Danny Pattis, and I'm speaking on item number 6. And I've lived in the Santa Monica Mountains for basically my entire life. So growing up in a rural mountain community on the outskirts of the huge Los Angeles metropolis has instilled in me really both a deep respect and a need for nature. I'm proud to belong to the community of the North Area residents who advocate for an achievable balance, which I do believe is achievable, of protecting our natural resources and our historic rural way of life while also prioritizing public access to recreation and nature. And as a member of the youngest generation, or the youngest generation right now, which will have to contend with the long-term impacts of climate change and encroachment of human impacts on our space, wildlife, native plants, and our watershed, I urge you to vote today to approve the North Area Plan, the Community Standards District, and the final EIR. And finally, I wish to thank you for your stewardship to preserve the Santa Monica Mountains and trust not only for my generation, but for future generations who will follow me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Steve Cabrera, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Battalion Chief Steve Cabrera with the Los Angeles County Fire Department, and I'm speaking in support of agenda or items 2 and 3. And I would just like to reiterate the Fire Department is in full support with Regional Planning Commission's decision to approve items 2 and 3. And I just want to state that the Fire Department has also submitted a letter of support with this project, with the LA-RICS project. The Fire Department has been working closely with LA-RICS, and we've had identified gaps in coverage areas in these 2 locations. And with my experience working as a strike team leader on the Woolsey fire, we did have gaps in coverage, and these 2 sites will improve not only voice communications, but also data communications to our mobile equipment. So I just want to encourage you and thank you for your support with us and continue to support LA-RICS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cecilia Doucette, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items that you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm addressing items 2 and 3. Thank you for taking public comment, and I am in opposition to the cell towers. I have sent in written testimony with the report, the groundbreaking report that just came out of the state of New Hampshire, which passed a law to investigate the health and environmental impacts of today's wireless technology. Their report just came out on November 1st, and it contains the science showing this is extraordinarily harmful. It also includes Harvard's captured agency report, which shows the industry and the FCC are pretty much one and the same, and they are looking out for corporate interests and not the interests of our communities. Right on the heels of the New Hampshire report, we can expect another report out of Oregon. Senator Anderson passed an emergency law to investigate the health impacts of today's wireless technology, and especially as it pertains to our children. So it would be unwise for LA County to invest any further or to allow any further infrastructure in wireless
Thank you. Your
technology.
time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Desiree Gazai, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Desiree Gazai, and I'm speaking on Agenda 6. I strongly oppose the proposed changes to the North Area Plan. I had the honor to create a unique lifetime memory of marrying and having my dear ones witness at a property in the A1 zone. One of the new proposed change is for single-family residences not to be eligible to hold events, especially if they're under 10 acres. Again, I got married in a single-family residence home. The property was not a huge venue. It was intimate. It was quaint. I chose this for those reasons, as I did not have the finances or the desire for a factory-run wedding. My wedding did not cause noise. It did not cause any harm to the North Area or its residents. It simply brought together loved ones in a celebratory moment on the mountain. I propose against stopping these small businesses from thriving. It's their livelihood. It's their passion, which allows small dreams like mine to come true. Regulations can be put in place to achieve some of the more protection over the area without limiting use of it, such as noise regulations.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Jay Mack, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hello. We want all our fighters to have the best tools possibly available, but not at the expense of public safety. I'm speaking in opposition of items 2 and 3. It is clear that more conclusive safety research is required before approval of these projects. The county faces substantial liability if the board acts prematurely. Whether or not the technology is later determined to be a public safety hazard, these types of lawsuits are a waste of public tax dollars. Further, if the hazards are confirmed, settlement costs with the unfortunate victims will be incalculable. It would be wiser to invest in determining the safety of the project beforehand. I encourage the board to consider the hidden cost of an uninformed premature decision to advance 5G and other high technology projects before acting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Stacy Rosen, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Stacy Rosen. I'm a resident of Triumpho Lobo Canyon, speaking to agenda item number 6. First, I'd like to thank you for the applicability section of the plan, making these provisions binding on all commercial projects that don't have a vested interest. We'd like you to further consider prohibiting all event venues in A1 zoned Lobo Canyon with or without CUP. We'd also ask you to increase the distance between event venues to 4,000.
Next speaker, please.
Kim Lamori, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Item 6, Honorable Supervisors. I'm Kim Lamori, President of the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation, and on behalf of our thousands of stakeholders and mountain communities, we strongly support this update and respectfully ask you to vote to approve. We embrace the continuing driving force behind the NAP, let the land dictate the type and intensity of use in this designated SEA National Parkland Planning Area. We champion and echo the county's vision and commitment to protecting the public's most significant ecological and scenic resources. Balanced policy is the key in this unique Mediterranean ecosystem, matching the NAP to the LCP, expanding heritage designation in tree protections, prohibiting new vineyards, and special event facilities on Lobo Canyon, and requiring a 2,500-foot span between facilities along Triumpho Canyon Road. Increased access and recreation opportunities for all is a sterling feature of this update, balanced with protecting the environment. We do not support special interest commercialization recreation, which prohibits access to the...
Next speaker, please.
Lisa Grace Kellogg, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Lisa Grace Kellogg. I am a 20-year resident of Triumpho Lobo Canyon. My comments relate to number 6 on the agenda, the updated North Area Plan, for which I urge your support. First, I would like to thank you for the applicability section of the plan, making the provisions binding on all commercial projects that do not have a vested entitlement. Given the high fire danger and single ingress-egress in Triumpho Canyon, I would ask that you increase the distance between event venues to 4,000 feet. Because the county sound engineers have determined that the ambient in Triumpho Lobo is much lower than that of the rest of the North Area Plan, please consider 40 dBs during the day and 35 dBs after 8 p.m., as well as extending the outdoor amplified sound 8 p.m. cutoff to indoor commercial amplified sound as well. And finally, please prohibit event venues in A1 zoned Lobo Canyon with or without a CUP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Taryn Brabant, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
I'm addressing item number 6. I support the North Area Plan, and thank you for all the work you've done. I support the comments detailed by the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation, which include natural resource protections as well as restrictions on development and commercialization of recreational areas. I also urge you to exclude the proposed by right expansion of horsekeeping on RR lots from single road access properties, bottlenecking an entire community's evacuation process behind multiple large horse trailers as they make their slow process along one and only narrow winding roads makes no sense and is very dangerous during a fire. I hope you will vote to approve, adopt, and certify the project and all of its components, and direct County Council to return for the second reading without delay. Your vote today is critical for the protection of the Santa Monica Mountains, irreplaceable natural resources, rural and semi-rural way of life. Please.
Julie Levine, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
I'm speaking to items 2 and 3.
I have EHS. My attorney and my doctors have already written to the county, and we've asked for cease and desist on this tower, which is in line of sight from my home. So I don't know how legally you can proceed. I ask this body what we do. This is our second time speaking out. Last time there was not one person other than the applicants that spoke in support of these towers, and yet it was voted in favor unanimously. I do not believe that we are being heard. I ask, why is it that our government officials care not either about our constitutional rights or about the ADA, which I qualified under, and the FHA, the Federal Fair Housing Act, which supersede the Telecom Act? Why are you not adhering to the laws and supporting your residents? Others have spoken to the NTP study, the Bio Initiative, the New Hampshire report.
Expired. Next speaker, please.
Mark Glatt, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Well, good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm speaking to items 2 and 3. Mark Glatt, I'm a Division Chief with the LA County Sheriff's Department. The department has been an integral part and support of LA RICS since its beginning. One of the reasons for LA RICS project is to provide additional coverage and capacity for the department countywide. There are known existing coverage holes specific to the west end of the county and Malibu area, which includes the area covered by these sites, which I have personally experienced when I was assigned to Lost Hills Station in the 1990s. Not only are routine operations negatively impacted by the lack of existing coverage in the area, but during large-scale operations such as the Woosley fire, the safety of deputies providing evacuation assistance to the public and prevention of looting is decreased by the existing issues. Maintaining communications with deputies in the field is critical, and Fire Station 72 and Saddle Peak sites are an integral part of keeping everyone safe. Sheriff's Department is in support of the Planning Commission's decision to approve items 2 and 3. Would ask the board to uphold their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Lupfer, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items that you are addressing today. You may begin.
Thank you. This is for item number 6, North Area Plan. This plan was very poorly constructed, using very suspicious 30-year-old data. It seeks to protect species like the Santa Barbara Island lobster, which can't possibly live in the north area. This plan should be rejected. It does not provide the environmental improvements that the misguided people who support it want it to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Don Schmitz, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Item 6, North Area Plan. Good morning, Chair Barger, Supervisors. I'm speaking in regards to the issue of applicability. In May 2020, the version of the North Area Plan allowed existing applications which had been completed to be processed under the old standards. That was changed in September. Now, there will be no pipeline grandfathering for pending applications. This is inconsistent with what the county did for the significant ecological areas and the significant ridgeline ordinance. It's patently unfair. You have property owners that have spent tens of thousands of dollars and worked for a long period of time on pending applications. The county has had to go slow because of COVID, granted themselves additional time for you to change the rules midstream like this is just not appropriate. Accordingly, we would ask you to put the plan back to the May 2020 version where if people have a completed application, they can proceed accordingly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ann Kirkpatrick, you have 1 minute. Please state the public hearing agenda items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Addressing items number 2 and 3. For one thing that was brought up from the fire department, they said that they did prove a lack of coverage, but the telecom companies themselves are the ones that determine that, and their tests are flawed and unvalid. If you use the proper testing, you will find that there is no gap in coverage, and also the maximum effective radiated power output is much higher than it's needed for cell phone coverage. So that's another thing that violates the Telecom Act of 1996. And the current, as has been brought up before, the current science is being ignored. The FCC is basing their safety guidelines on science that's 25 years too old, and the modulation and pulsation of the signals are not even taken into consideration, and that significantly multiplies the health effects of the radiation.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you very much. We will now, today we're going to begin with item 11, followed by public hearing items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, followed by set item S1, then item 25, followed by item 14, and then items 19 and 20, which will be taken up together, and finishing with item 21. So with that, we will begin with item 11. We are holding this item to commemorate the naming of the entrance plaza at the Natural History Museum Commons project after you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, marking the immeasurable contributions that you've made to arts and culture in your district and really throughout the entire county. This action in your honor will serve as a reminder of those contributions for all future visitors to this museum. We have much more to celebrate today during your final board meeting as a supervisor. But before we deliver our remarks, I would like to turn our attention to a video that highlights some of the many accomplishments that mark your 12-year term representing the 2nd Supervisorial District.
Don't give up on activism. There are too many needs to be met, too much work to be done. Like Dr. King said, we must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope.
You know, this work is not easy. It's hard and it's long. You know, we're dealing with issues that are generational. The fact that Mark Ridley Thomas is able to instill hope in people and get people thinking about what if, right? And reminding us that it may take a while, but it's always possible. And we should never lose hope in making sure that we continue to stay vigilant in this work.
Perhaps the most powerful influence in my life is my grandmother, who made a pretty significant investment in me from the time that my mother passed in the mid-60s. And the best of who I am is in no small measure attributable to what she deposited into my life. The first campaign in '87 for the school board, she was there, and she got on the telephone, the rotary phone, and dialed. Be mindful of the fact she was unsighted, she was blind, and she would call everyone she knew and say, "Can you help my grandson?" Past 40 years, I've had a conversation partner in the person of Cornel West, and I find that to be stimulating, fulfilling, and helps me do what I need to do.
Oh, yeah. That's why the folks call me up on the radio and TV and say, "Oh, Brother West, we want your endorsement." No, endorsement's too weak. This is a wholesale, unequivocal affirmation of who he is as a human being, committed to unconditional truth and unconditional love. And politics is just the vehicle for it. That's the kind of statesperson we need.
When I first walked into the boardroom to be sworn in, I had 4 colleagues, two of whom had opposed me, and everyone there had roughly a 16-year plus advantage. So day 2, I was out at that hospital saying that I'm rolling up my sleeves and something's going to happen.
Today we are renewing our covenant with this community that we will rebuild like never before. Today we witness the steady progress in our effort to open a new medical center.
I think that one of the most wonderful aspects of this hospital is that from the beginning, he envisioned it and we envisioned it as a beautiful state-of-the-art facility. So beyond the fact that we are saving lives and we are healing and we're comforting people, we're also a symbol that this community matters and that this community deserves something first class.
You know, when he works with the community, it's about listening to them and understanding what the needs are. And he heard loud and clear, healthcare is important, but it's not the only thing that impacts the community. The hospital was built with the design that it wouldn't just be that hospital, that there would be an entire redesign of the ecosystem over in that area.
It's been 13 years since graduate medical education last existed in South Los Angeles. If you want doctors to work in a community, you need to train them in a community.
What's most impressive about Supervisor Ridley Thomas is that he combines hope with capability. So he's got the vision, but he also has made it happen.
The subject was economic opportunity in LA County's 2nd District, and the message was clear.
I have 3 objectives that I wish to accomplish as a public official. First is jobs, the second is jobs, and what do you think the third is? There you go, you passed.
We have shared an adage as part of this economic development we see going on in the 2nd Supervisorial District that either you go big or you stay home. There is no shortcutting what we need in our communities.
To look across the 2nd District and see these major sports venues, not as furthering just community spirit, but also these are venues that provide jobs and economic opportunity. I think it all comes down to how has he, using his knowledge, his experience at all levels of government, recognizing the important role that government can play in furthering economic opportunity and providing a pathway for all to participate in the positive things that drive our region forward.
In life sciences and healthcare, Mr. Ridley Thomas found significant potential in Los Angeles. And I'm a physician, and people call me inventor, but right now I'm a small entrepreneur. He came to me as a friend, and he also promised me that he's going to help us so that we can achieve our goal in helping our neighbors.
Put your war clothes on and get ready to fight. You've got to be ready to fight to end homelessness in the county of Los Angeles.
This is an army for good, an army that is fighting the injustices of poverty and the indignities of homelessness.
The people of this county, after already having taxed themselves just not quite 6 months earlier, said we will embrace Measure H because homelessness in the county of Los Angeles is simply intolerable.
He has been somebody that you can rely on to keep this issue in the forefront and to find the hopeful wins that we have along the way. I think there's a lot of wins that he has been able to demonstrate can be done, and that we can scale up and become part of the system that solves homelessness. He truly brings, not only decades of experience and leadership, but he brings that informed passion.
Mark Ridley Thomas, as a direct result of his work, has switched the paradigm. Homelessness used to be those people, or them. Now our verbiage has changed into our homeless neighbors, or people experiencing homelessness. Because of Measure H, we changed the way we thought and met people at their encampments, met people at their tents, met people at the bus stops. Got a warm spot in my heart for this man.
You gotta love the arts. It's a way of life. We can't move through the world without the arts as a part of who we are, because it allows us to get to know ourselves, it allows us to get to know others, and there's so many transferable skills from if you study the arts. Hearing that Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas authored the first ever motion to move the LA County Arts Commission into becoming an actual department for the arts in Los Angeles was one of the most exciting things that I have heard in a long time.
Big dreams for this spot. We believe it can become the cultural center that has much more to offer than we can articulate at this very moment. This is what this community needs and deserves, and is here for you to take full advantage of.
We have our superhero, our Superman, in Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, who always does what he says he's going to do.
In the midst of a global pandemic and civil unrest that has touched every corner of the country, including ours here in Los Angeles County, we find ourselves in a moment of unprecedented consequence. It requires us to confront enduring forms of racial discrimination deeply embedded in our own institutions. It is simply not enough to declare that racism is bad. Change requires change.
I have just signed a proclamation declaring the existence of a local emergency. I want to reiterate that this is not a response rooted in panic.
The notion of resilience is precisely that. It's real. And there is a sense in which people are challenged but not beaten down completely. And if nothing more, it seems to me COVID-19 has confronted us anew with that reality. But sometimes hope just pushes its way forward.
He clearly, knows that there's always going to be a brighter path. And I think, that's the hope within him, that's the hope within all of us.
Part of his legacy is that he has left us with the intention and the heart of hope. We can look at hundreds, at this point, thousands of individuals who have been directly affected by Mark Ridley Thomas's work as supervisor. By Measure H, you're looking at one of them.
I think his legacy is going to be sort of demonstrating resilience and perseverance for those who take on the tough problems. You know, these are the generational problems that we've worked ourselves into and that we need to work really hard to work ourselves out of before they become our grandchildren's problems.
It's exciting to think about that this isn't the end for Mark Ridley Thomas, that this is really just getting ready for the next chapter of how he's going to support Los Angeles.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you for the opportunity to lead. Thank you for the opportunity to listen. And for that, our collective legacy will never be forgotten. God bless you.
My colleagues and I would like to take this opportunity to wish you well and highlight the incredible impact you have had on Los Angeles County over the last 12 years, Supervisor Ridley Thomas. You are truly leaving a remarkable legacy in the 2nd District and across the entire region, which will have a ripple effect for generations to come. It has been such an honor to collaborate with you and to learn from your expertise. As a dedicated public servant, you have remained faithful to supporting the needs of others and ensuring the well-being of your community. Your commitment to uplift people experiencing homelessness is, of course, at the forefront of most of our conversations and is one of your most influential accomplishments. In December of 2016, with your leadership and partnership, we declared a homeless emergency in Los Angeles County. Your sense of urgency and your commitment to taking immediate action to address this crisis was inspiring and has helped the county remain focused on these efforts. This year, you and I collaborated to disrupt the cycle of chronic homelessness by launching the Department of Mental Health's Homeless Outreach and Mobile Engagement, otherwise known as Home Team, a pilot program. This proved your commitment to solving homelessness on all fronts. And with the help of experts in mental health, medicine, recovery, social services, and of course, housing. You were an early advocate for an urgent approach to combat homelessness. It is this dedication to working quickly and to getting to the root cause that has made you an effective leader. We know housing is a crucial component to ending homelessness. Your efforts to bring affordable housing to historically disadvantaged communities, including the Star Housing Apartments on Skid Row, Terracina Apartments in Athens, and the Jefferson Park Terrace near Exposition Park, have made a lasting impact. This tenacity carries into your approach to mental health care, a cause, as you know, that is close to my heart. It was an honor to partner with you on your efforts to serve those who are gravely disabled by seeking changes to the state's definition to include medical treatment as a basic human need for those suffering from serious mental illness. While this effort is still ongoing, you've helped to lay an important foundation for this cause. You've also been a strong supporter of our mental evaluation teams, bringing help to those on our streets who need it most. With your support, we've expanded this much-needed resource to 23 teams to serve people in the 2nd District and throughout the entire county. Because of your commitment, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, the Vermont Corridor Project in Koreatown will enhance the county's ability to deliver mental health care and community services in a way that brings dignity and sensitivity to the surrounding community. This project will help knock down silos in order for our county departments to work collaboratively to provide resources for residents. For decades, you have been a passionate advocate for those involved in the justice system. Your dedication has also had a lasting impact on the county. You were instrumental in the creation of the Office of Diversion and Reentry, and through this collaboration, the county has enhanced both the health and the social outcomes for mentally ill individuals who come into contact with law enforcement. This work has been essential in leading to conversations to build an effective system of care in Los Angeles County. In addition, you advocated for greater oversight and your persistence led to the creation of the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission several years ago. This oversight body has become an essential tool to ensure direct communication with the community to build and improve trust and respect. Other jurisdictions throughout California have since followed your lead, and the state recently passed legislation to further legitimize these types of oversight bodies and their authority. Your commitment to serving your community is also evident in your dedication to medical care. You joined this board with the promise to rebuild Martin Luther King Hospital. You accomplished this, and believe me, much more. Through your advocacy and perseverance, the MLK Jr. Medical Campus was rebuilt and also expanded. And now, this facility serves as an anchor to communities that have historically struggled in their health outcomes. I also want to commend you for your historic investment and advancement in the biotech industry, which helps spur private investment into Los Angeles County to support this growing employment sector. And you've made strides to serve, inspire, and uplift the next generation. Your efforts to expand the footprint and campus for Charles Drew University continues to be an investment in the community. Together, the county and the university are looking into pathways to support and bring resources to local Compton Unified School District. You've also been a great partner in thinking outside the box, in building innovative programs to meet the practical needs, such as foster youth transportation program, to ensure that foster youth are able to remain in their school of origin when they are moved into different foster care placements. With your leadership, the county has developed multiple programs to help victims of commercial sex trafficking, and our region is considered a national model for other jurisdictions. This is a brief summary, and it only highlights a few of your numerous accomplishments born through years of public service. But what is most resounding is that you have been a champion for those in need. And I want to say, on behalf of the board, in recognition of your tireless efforts and steadfast dedication to serving your community, this board is donating $40,000 to HOPIX, a locally based organization that is dedicated to serving people experiencing homelessness in the Lamar Park area. Through this funding, they will be able to support permanent housing for up to 50 individuals through their Street to Home program and provide additional short-term motel vouchers and security deposits to help with immediate shelter needs. This funding will also contribute to the intensive multidisciplinary street-based engagement teams, which conduct outreach and triage for individuals throughout Lamar Park to provide support for mental health services, substance abuse disorders, and linkages to other critical services. They will also partner with LASA to place individuals in interim housing, provide rapid rehousing case management, and fund rental subsidies. Supervisor Ridley Thomas, the 2nd District, and Los Angeles County as a whole are stronger because of your service. I will personally miss you on this board, but I know we will continue to have an incredible relationship, and you are going to have an incredible impact on City Hall. I look forward to our continued collaboration as we work together in serving the needs of the residents of Los Angeles County. I want to thank you for your friendship and for being an incredible mentor. Now I would like to turn it over to Supervisor Solis for her remarks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And to Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, I want to thank you for your decades-long service to our Los Angeles County. And of course, that work continues as you transition back into the Los Angeles City Council. The video that was shown encompasses many of your accomplishments during your time on this board. Particularly, I want to thank you for all of your hard work in bringing us all together around Measure H, the Homeless Initiative. This Board of Supervisors and the county as a whole have been made better by steadfast advocacy on behalf of the most vulnerable in our communities. You and your staff work on homelessness, criminal justice reform, child welfare, and a whole host of other issues that have made LA County a much better place. We have had some very difficult challenges ahead now, and especially with COVID, but I'm glad that you're going to continue to do your work as a public servant on the Los Angeles City Council. We need, as you know, experienced leaders now more than ever, and I know that you can get things done for your constituents. Whether it's the Park of Playa project or the MLK Medical Campus, your mark on our county is permanent, and we'll always remember and be grateful for your service. And pretty soon we will have the Mark Ridley Thomas Entrance Plaza at the Natural History Museum Commons project as a token of our appreciation. Thank you for your long service and your staff and your family. Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, we congratulate you on your new position as the incoming council member for District 10. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Solis. Now, I would invite Supervisor Kuehl and then Supervisor Hahn to make remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Ridley Thomas. What a great pleasure in all the ways throughout our careers that we've been able to serve together, to work together, to collaborate, to plot and plan. And as they say, it ain't over yet. I join in congratulating you on your victory to your service on this city council, returning there. But today is really about specifically a celebration of the 12 years that you have spent as an LA County supervisor. And over and above anything, you have validated my longstanding belief that one person can make a difference. Because you, Mark, have made such a difference on the people in this county and for them in their interest. And not only the second district, though no one has been more devoted to their district, a district that is dear to me since that's where I grew up. And I appreciate and love what you have done there. But beyond that, the work that you have done in justice reform, the work that you've done in health, not just MLK Hospital, which was a big, wonderful, bright, and heavy lift, but also across the county in healthcare. The work that you have done on the Crenshaw line and indicating this is a corridor that needs the service of a rail line and insisting on it and working and still continuing to work it through. I think it is more in the area, though, of what was referred to in the video as generational issues, things that take each of us sort of putting our twig on top of the big pile of sticks that make a difference in justice and reform. You have acted out of hope. You have acted out of generosity. You have acted out of vision, and always insisted that we could do better, we must do better. The current work that you have done in insisting that we take a more honest, more open, more informed approach to systemic racism, every one of us, and how that must play out in everything we do in Los Angeles County, to face it, to work on it, to make it better. It is appropriate that we name the entry area at the Natural History Museum for you, because in your now approaching 3 decades in public service, you've been a champion for arts, for science, and for culture as well, and a staunch advocate for the Natural History Museum's excellent collections. And it is a place that inspires wonder and discovery and our own responsibility for our natural and cultural worlds. And so it is really appropriate that every young and old person walking through that entryway will say to themselves, oh yes, Mark Ridley Thomas, what a wonderful man. Or, Mark Ridley Thomas, I wonder who that was. I'm going to Google him and learn a lot about all that you have done. So as one of your colleagues over a lot of years, but especially here sitting right next to you up on the dais, I want to thank you for everything you've done, for your heart, for your wonderful soul, for your brain, for your courage, for your insistence. And I look forward to the next 25 years and whatever we can possibly do together. So, Mark, bon voyage, not going very far. That makes me happy. And happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this is a sad day in one way for those of us who do really enjoy working with you side by side, Supervisor Ridley Thomas. I have certainly enjoyed physically being up on the dais at the County Board of Supervisors meetings, exchanging scriptures from the Bible and one-liners from the hymns that we both grew up singing. You know, you and I go way back, even before I was elected to anything, when you served on the organization, why is it escaping my mind, where actually you were critical of me when I worked at the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza, but that's okay. We served together on the Los Angeles City Council, and I served with you 2 years there before you went off to the State Assembly. So it's really been great having you back on the Board of Supervisors where we could serve together these last 4 years. I'll never forget in 2016, right after I was sworn in, you invited me to co-author the Measure H motion, which effectively put before the voters of Los Angeles County the idea of LA County residents spending a quarter cent on their sales tax to help the homeless. I wasn't sure that LA County voters would want to spend their own money to solve this problem, but you, in your wisdom and the way you campaign for that, convinced the voters that yes, this was everybody's problem and that homelessness was intolerable and not accepted. And it was an overwhelming affirmation from the voters that they agreed with you and have continued to put their trust in us as we spend their money to solve this problem. Your work with the governor on his homelessness task force has been invaluable for not just us, but the whole state of California. And I remember shortly in January 2017, I think it was, when you invited my brother and I to join you at the ribbon cutting for the newly renovated community center at the Kenneth Hahn State Recreation Area. And I'll never forget walking in there and looking at the exhibits that you helped put together of the legacy of my dad, including that great picture of him greeting Dr. Martin Luther King at the airport on his first trip to Los Angeles, as well as the chair from the conference room in your office. That was the very chair that Dr. King sat in as he had a cup of coffee with my father. That was a beautiful tribute, and I really wanted to thank you and our Department of Recreation and Parks who worked with you to put that together. I was grateful when you appointed me to the Coliseum Commission, where at first I wasn't quite sure how relevant I was going to be on that commission, and yet, of course, you know that we were given the opportunity together to fight to keep the name of our Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. And everyone told us that it was too late, the ink was dry, the deal was done. But you were there the whole time to lend a steady hand and your wisdom to our strategy. And despite the odds stacked up against us, we won that fight. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference, that's the name of the organization. And Brother Redemption, the people of the 10th District are lucky to have you represent them, because you really are a true public servant. And I can't thank you enough, as we watched in your video, the importance of you resurrecting the Martin Luther King Hospital to become such an important, relevant healthcare facility in your district. And as we know, the McCone Commission made that one of their findings after the Watts riots, that it was the lack of healthcare in that community that so negatively impacted so many lives. And the fact that you really reimagined that hospital and reimagined its importance to the community is so beautiful. I know you're going to continue to work for your district, as well as issues related to homelessness on the city council. And if we ever get back to being back at our workplace, of course, my office overlooks the City Hall of Los Angeles, and I'll stand on the balcony and shout to you and maybe sing a few hymns. I'll miss sitting next to you. I wish you all the best. Supervisor Kuehl just said it so well. You know, the impact that you've had, the difference you've made is really so beautiful. And things are better because you were a county supervisor. Farewell, good luck, see you later. Bye, Brother Redemption.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Ridley Thomas, we now have a video from our department heads. We will go ahead and play that for you.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, on behalf of all the department heads and the entire county family, I would like to say a heartfelt thank you for your amazing leadership. It's been an honor to serve with you and to move your progressive agenda forward over the past 12 years. You have challenged us, you have inspired us, and you have made us better at our jobs. And you definitely made LA County a better place. Although LA County won't be the same without you, we know where to find you. Just a quick walk across Grand Park. And we know that you know where to find us. But to make sure we stay in touch, we have a gift for you that will make it easy to stay connected as you continue into the next chapter of your incredible public service journey. I'll turn it over now to Celia Zavala to present the department head gift.
Thank you, Thesia. Supervisor, I want to thank you for all you have done for Los Angeles County residents and the Los Angeles County family. Your tireless effort to make this county a better place to live and work will always be cherished. You have made a difference in the lives of so many Angelenos. Throughout the years, you have been a progressive voice and leader, and you have also been a great mentor and a friend. My department head peers and I will miss you and your great sense of humor. We know you will be moving on to continue to make an impact, and we all can't wait to see it unfold. As a token of our appreciation, we have all pitched in to give you a gift that will help you stay connected, a new iPhone. This is our clever way of saying, stay in touch, so we won't be saying goodbye, but rather talk to you later, because we know you will always be a ring away. Thank you from all of us.
We just miss you. Congratulations.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Ridley Thomas, would you like to say a few words? That took his breath away. There he is.
It did indeed, Madam Chair.
The floor is yours, Mark Ridley Thomas.
Well, all of this is a lot to stand up to. I begin by saying thank you to you, Madam Chair, and to you, Supervisor Kuehl, for introducing the motion regarding the Natural History Museum. I guess it goes without saying that I'm humbled and honored to be acknowledged in such a lasting way. I also want to thank Dr. Lori Bettison-Varga for her staff and the museum's foundation for their dedication and commitment to providing greater access to the museum's programs and collections. It is indeed an honor. This moment adds new meaning to bittersweet for me. Madam Chair and colleagues, this transition permits me a moment to reflect not only on my time serving the county, but on what set me on a path of service some 29 years ago when I was first elected to public office. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said it this way, and I quote, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" And since 1991, I have been entrusted by my constituents to do for others. It is a responsibility that I always take in the utmost commitment. It has been a career as filling as I could have imagined. And I remember clearly my first board meeting where I was received by my colleagues on the board at that time and by a packed boardroom filled with well-wishers. And although with less fanfare and in the midst of an unrelenting pandemic, today will also be most memorable to me. It was 12 years ago that I joined this remarkably unique body when we were comprised of 4 men and 1 woman. You might say a mirror image of what we have today. Let me remind you of the words of Margaret Thatcher, who proclaimed, "If you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman." And with that, permit me a word about the members of this board. You each have brought your own unique strengths to this dais. Madam Chair, your leadership demonstrated during the wildfires and this pandemic have been a display of uncommon tenacity and diligence. And I thank you. Supervisor Solis, your commitment to your district is noteworthy and undeniable. Supervisor Kuehl, your boldness, compassion, and collaborative spirit have blessed me. My respect for your expressed journey has been instructive to me. Might I say, Lamert Park in the house. Supervisor Hahn, we have shared many special moments as seatmates on the dais and have worked together effectively on many critical issues. I simply leave you with this, Sister Salvation. It is well. And then to our executive staff, Celia Zavala, your guidance and competence and that of your team have led to productive meetings despite the challenges posed by this pandemic And this has allowed the board to focus on the important work at hand, namely developing sound policies to address the wide range of complex issues facing the County of Los Angeles and our over 10 million constituents. A word to Kezia Davenport. Thank you for assuming the helm of the county as acting CEO, especially at this most difficult time when, with even more serious challenges ahead. And I take note of your ingenuity, your due diligence, your discipline, your professionalism. Let me say it like this: major props for who you are and for what you do. Rod Castro Silva, I know you're just beginning in your role as acting county council, but I also want to thank you for your stepping up during this challenging time and acknowledge your tremendous team who has always thoughtfully protected the interests of the County of Los Angeles and the communities that we serve. To quote Bishop Charles Edward Blake, I see you in the future and you look much better than you do right now. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to acknowledge with gratitude and absentia our former CEO, Sachi Amai, and our former county council, Mary Wickham, outstanding public servants and devoted difference makers. I also want to express my sincere appreciation to our department heads who are responsible for implementing countless programs and initiatives to deliver quality, relevant and timely services to our constituents. While we collectively may represent the leadership of the county, we are reliant on thousands and thousands of dedicated public servants at all levels of this organization who work tirelessly to address the needs of our residents and serve the most vulnerable. And I have great respect, appreciation, and gratitude for our broader county family for all that they do. Keep doing what you're doing. Elected officials cannot develop good policy alone. They must rely on advice, input, and recommendations of the public they serve. Accordingly, I wish to give a shout out to the Empowerment Congress, which is almost 29 years in the making. It has been my conscience and my guide to developing sustainable solutions to challenging issues facing our communities. For example, just last evening, the Public Safety and Justice Committee of the Empowerment Congress made an impressive presentation on reimagining law enforcement and social services to me. That work continues, and it will follow me for the balance of my career. Long live the Empowerment Congress. Along with countless neighborhood associations, constituents, nonprofits, labor partners, business and faith leaders, and civic groups, they have all inspired and helped me to be accountable, to take on the plethora of tremendous challenges that our region continues to face. I guess my final words of appreciation are directed to my stellar staff, past, present. Supervisor can only develop policy and issues to be addressed, but is only as effective as the persons that work with that supervisor. And I can honestly and sincerely state that in my 29 years of public service, in my capacity as an elected official in the city and the state, my county staff is by far the strongest. This holds true for the entirety of the staff, the core team, the senior policy team, the constituent services team, and of course, the administrative team. All of us know how important that infrastructure is. Finally, I would like to call out those who have served in leadership during my tenure, from Sylvia Jarabi, to Vincent Harris, to Nidra Jenkins, to Winston Peters, and most especially the inimitable Doreen Jordan for their steadfast leadership and for setting an example in the way that they could as being the chief of staff for me here on the Board of Supervisors. They deserve extra acknowledgement for doing so. If there was such a thing as combat pay, they are to be afforded it. And so this team and many in the broader county family have inspired my deep commitment to this work, and in particular have motivated me to continue fighting against homelessness and battling every vestige of racism that I can. And while I'm humbled by the opportunity to continue on working on these issues, albeit from a different dais, I'll be able to look to this board for opportunities to collaborate on these and other priorities. Madam Chair and colleagues, I interpreted my election to this Board of Supervisors in 2008 as a political mandate to address the closure of the Martin Luther King Hospital. Now here we are in 2020, and we have yet another significant challenge. We describe it as a humanitarian crisis, namely that of homelessness. And I interpret my election to return to the City Council as nothing short of a moral mandate to address the defining civic issue of our time, and that is homelessness. It will be my honor to address that issue and work with all of the skill, the ability, the gifts, the endowments that have been afforded me to do so. And so, colleagues, friends, constituents, and members of the public, I thank you all very much, as this is my last Board of Supervisors meeting. I wish you all the best. I bid you farewell and God's speed. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Truly going to be missed, but we know that you are, I hope you're not changing your phone number now that you have that new phone, because we're going to have you on speed dial. So with that, we've got item 11 before us. I will move it, and it'll be seconded by Supervisor Kuehl to approve the naming of the entrance plaza at the Natural History Museum Commons Project, the Mark Ridley Thomas Entrance Plaza. With that, Madam Chair, will you please call the roll?
Item 11 is before you. Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl. Aye. Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Enthusiastically, aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Godspeed, Mark Ridley Thomas. So with that,
and to you, Madam Chair.
There you go. Proud of you. All right, now we are going to take up the public hearing items, beginning with item number 1. Are there any supervisors that would like to make remarks? If so, please unmute your mic and begin speaking. Hearing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 1 is before us, moved by Supervisor Ridley Thomas, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl to approve this item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 1 is before you. Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl. Aye. Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 2, hearing on appeal of project number 2019 002824 for the construction of wireless communications facility in the unincorporated community of the Santa Monica Mountains Coastal Zone. Are there any supervisors that would like to make remarks? If so, please unmute your mic.
Madam Chair, I have the read-in motion for that.
Go ahead, Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you very much. I want to say for those who testified concerning Agenda Item 2 and Agenda Item 3, I want to thank all of the residents that engaged in the public process, as well as our firefighters and our sheriff's deputies. I understand as to the residents how devastating the Woolsey fire was and how that trauma and the arduous process of rebuilding goes on and is very difficult. However, the Woolsey After Action report identified communication difficulties as one of the major concerns. And this project is critical in that it closes a large gap in the communication system in the Santa Monica Mountains. As to Agenda Item 2, I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors close the public hearing, indicate its intent to find that the project is within the scope of the project analyzed by the previously certified environmental impact report, that none of the circumstances identified in the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, Section 15162, that would require a subsequent EIR have occurred, and that the previously certified EIR is adequate without modification for minor CDP number RPPL 2019-004-996 and variance number RPPL 2019-004-997, and that the board indicate its intent to deny the appeal and instruct County Council to prepare the necessary findings to affirm the Commission's approval of project number 2019-002-8243, including minor CDP number RPPL 2019-004-996 and variance number 2019-004-997. I ask for an aye vote.
Supervisor Kuehl. Item 2 is before us, moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve this item and deny the appeal. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 2 is before you. Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item number 3, hearing on appeals of project number 2019-002715 for the construction of a wireless communication facility in the unincorporated community of the Santa Monica Mountains Coastal Zone. Supervisor Kuehl, would you like to make some remarks?
Yes, thank you. I made remarks on Item 2 that also apply to Item 3, and therefore I would like to bring a motion, if that's okay at this moment.
You've got the floor.
Thank you. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors close the public hearing, indicate its intent to find that the project is within the scope of the project analyzed by the previously certified environmental impact report, that none of the circumstances identified in the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, Section 15162, that would require a subsequent EIR have occurred, and that the previously certified EIR is adequate without modification for minor CDP number RPPL 2019-004-849 and variance number RPPL 2019-004-850, and that the board indicate its intent to deny the appeal and instruct County Council to prepare the necessary findings to affirm the Commission's approval of project number 2019-002-7153, including minor CDP number RPPL 2019-004-849 and variance number 2019-004-850. 004-850. I ask for an aye vote.
Item 3 is before us, moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve this item and deny the appeals. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we will move on to item number 5, hearing on project number R2013-02756 for the continued operation of a hospital in the unincorporated community of East Los Angeles. Supervisor Solis, do you have any comments?
No, just ask for approval.
Okay, item 5 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve this item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 5 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 6, hearing on project number 2017-003501 for the Santa Monica Mountains North Area Plan and Community Standards District Update. Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to say this is a really big deal, and I am so grateful to the hundreds of people who have participated over the last 4 years and more to identify all of the different areas that need to be covered by this North Area Plan. We've had a local coastal plan in the area that is in the coastal zone, but this is an important update for the area that covers the rest of that part of the mountains. It is my great pleasure to bring the following motion. I move that the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. Close the public hearing. Indicate its intent to certify the final EIR. Indicate its intent to approve the project plan amendment number RPPL 201-700-5966, zone change number RPPL 202-000-6033, zoning code amendment number RPPL 2017-005-967 with the following modifications. A, the provisions of this ordinance shall apply to projects that do not have a completed application by the effective date of this ordinance. B, clarify that all development located in S2 habitat shall require a conditional use permit, except accessory use improvements to existing legally established developments and remain subject to applicable development standards. C, prohibit event facilities on Lobo Canyon Road and require a minimum of 3,000 feet distance between such facilities along Triunfo Canyon Road due to the limited ingress and egress and extreme fire potential in the area. D, prohibit new vineyards of any size. E, require property owners to fully enclose existing animal living quarters when obtaining new permits for rehabilitation or expansion, with the exception of permits for solar panels and electric vehicle charging stations, or where otherwise prohibited by state law. F, reiterate that all pipe corrals existing at the time of the effective date of this ordinance shall be deemed legally established. And G, revise the definition of heritage trees to be any species of tree with a single trunk of 36 or more inches in diameter, or with multiple trunks, 2 of which collectively measure 54 inches in diameter or more. In addition, species with naturally occurring thin trunks when full grown such as Washington palms, species with naturally large trunks at an early age, such as date palms, or trees with unnaturally enlarged trunks due to injury or disease, like burls and galls, must be at least 60 feet tall or 50 years old to be considered as a heritage tree. 4, instruct County Council to prepare the final plan, amending the general plan, and the ordinance amending Title 22 to repeal and replace the CSD and to return to the board with the final documents for consideration. And finally, instruct the Director of Regional Planning to return to the board within 2 years with recommendations on how to expand and enhance public access and recreational opportunities within the boundaries of the North Area Plan, with an emphasis on active recreational activities such as hiking trails, biking, and equestrian uses. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl. Item 6, as amended, is before us. Moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Ridley Thomas to approve this item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 6 as amended is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And now, item 7, hearing on project number R2014-00285 for the development of residential lots in the unincorporated community of Santa Clarita. I'm going to make just some short remarks. This project's been in the work for a few years, and I am happy to finally see it come to the board for approval. As the county continues to face critical housing shortage, it is absolutely essential to bring more housing stock online. We have a long, long way to go to meeting the true demand in the region, but this is a small step in the right direction. So I'm going to bring in a motion that I therefore move that the board close the public hearing and move the item. It is recommended that the board, after the public hearing, indicate its intent to adopt the mitigated negative declaration associated with environmental assessment number RENV 2014-00027, finding that the MND is the appropriate environmental document for the project pursuant to the state and local California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, indicate its intent to approve zone change number RPPL 2016003663, and instruct County Council to prepare the necessary findings to affirm the Los Angeles County Regional Planning Commission's approval investing tentative track map number 72680, conditional use permit number RCUP 2014-00014, and oak tree permit number ROAK 2014-00008, subject to the attached conditions, and prepare the necessary documents to finalize zone change number RPPL 2016-003-663. With that, I would ask for an aye vote, and I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 7 as amended is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. That completes all the public hearing items before us today. We will now move on to items held by the board. We'll begin with the set matter, item S1, public health order. This is a public opportunity for the board to discuss the closures and pandemic trends. I'm going to call upon Dr. Barbara Ferrer, our Director of Public Health, and Dr. Christina Galley, Director of Health Services, who will provide an update. Dr. Montu Davis, LA County Health Officer, will be available for any questions. Dr. Ferrer, Dr. Galley, the floor is yours.
Great. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you so much again for being, incredibly excellent at leading our county through these many, many months of the pandemic. I deeply appreciate all of the hard work, the efforts, the support, the wise counsel, and I know our residents have benefited enormously from having this Board of Supervisors here in our county, sort of carving a path forward that both, keeps as primary the health and emotional issues of all of our residents, and understanding that well-being is made up of not only being able to have our health, but also having supports we need during a pandemic. So I want to thank you and applaud you for all the hard work that you've been leading. I do want to start today just with a reminder that we are in the middle of a pandemic. It's extraordinarily difficult times for everyone, and it's gone on for many, many months. And our data at this point in time, our metrics are the most alarming metrics we've ever seen. And we wish we weren't here. As everyone knows, yesterday we reported over 6,000 new cases. Hospitalizations continue to increase at an alarming rate. Today, hospitalizations increased by another 100 people from yesterday's 1,473 to today's 1,575. And deaths are starting to rise as well. People often ask us, what do we know about what's driving the alarming increase in our case numbers? We'd start by what the science tells us, not wearing a mask, being in crowds or crowded situations, the colder weather and the seasonality of viruses, the increased number of people that are infected now makes it more likely for individuals to be in contact with someone who's positive. And at some places, we continue to have, at some of our work sites, noncompliance, leading to increased numbers of outbreaks. The risk at this point is that overwhelming the healthcare system is now a very real possibility. As our case numbers rise, hospitalizations rise a couple of weeks later. The number of people hospitalized today is related to the number of daily new cases we saw 2 to 3 weeks ago, when we were experiencing about 2,300 cases a day. That resulted in about 1,400 daily hospitalizations earlier this week. And again, today we're at close to 1,600 hospitalizations. At 4,500 cases a day, with an estimated 10% of patients, of people who are positive requiring hospitalizations, and an average length of stay between 5 and 7 days, we can expect that within 1 to 2 weeks, there can be over 2,200 patients with COVID-19 in the hospital each day. And on average, 28% of patients hospitalized require care in the ICU. This will be over 600 ICU beds, which is almost a third of the 2,000 ICU beds that are across the entire county. Deaths will also increase, as these are related to case numbers and hospitalizations. Based on our experience with the summer surge, we saw deaths begin to increase 4 weeks after cases started increasing. With high transmission rates, we are already noting more cases among staff and residents at our skilled nursing facilities, where many residents are medically fragile and at great risk for serious illness and death from COVID-19. And while we all benefit from advances in therapeutics and patient care that have reduced the mortality of COVID-19, these very large increases in cases and hospitalizations will, without a doubt, lead to increased numbers of people dying. With that, we know that community and close contact exposures will continue to drive the COVID-19 pandemic. CDC and other public health authorities recommend community mitigation strategies, including masking, infection control, and distancing requirements to reduce transmission of COVID-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. We're always saddened that our public health recommendations during this pandemic have an economic and emotional impact on businesses, families, and individuals. As public health practitioners, we're charged with reducing transmission of a deadly virus that has infected hundreds of thousands of residents with 50% of infected people being able to transmit the virus to others, even when they have no symptoms. This has required tens of thousands of individuals to be hospitalized and tragically killed over 7,400 residents in LA County over the past 9 months. We are thankful that those with the authority and capacity to mitigate the economic impacts of our public health directives have always stepped up. Our leaders here in the county, in the state, and our federal government have provided support to businesses and individuals, and we, like many of our residents, are grateful for their actions. We are living through a pandemic that's caused by a new virus. And while we're still learning about how COVID-19 reacts with the environment and with human beings, the evidence is overwhelming that mask wearing, distancing, and infection control work by reducing transmission of COVID-19. Our recommendations today for additional safety modifications are based on the evidence that charts a path forward, acknowledging the danger before us. Inaction in the face of this devastating acceleration of cases will cause irreparable harm, and we therefore are suggesting the following. Our safety measures are directives that promote individuals remaining in their homes as much as possible, reduce capacity at sites where non-household members mingle, and curtail some non-essential services. All activities where individuals will be or can be in contact with non-household members require an appropriate face covering unless medically exempt. Our first recommendation is that all public and private gatherings and events with individuals not in a person's household be prohibited, except for outdoor church services and outdoor protests. And these activities will require masking and distancing. Our second recommendation is that occupancy limits be reduced as follows at the following sites. Permitted activities at facilities that operate outdoors where everyone is masked are now at 50% occupancy, maximum occupancy. Essential retail that operates indoors where everyone again needs to be masked is at 35% maximum occupancy. And non-essential retail that operates indoors where everyone is masked is at 20% maximum occupancy. We also recommend that beaches, trails, and parks remain open for active recreation. Running, biking, swimming, walking, playing outdoors should all be permitted with distancing, infection control, and required masking, except for swimming. Gatherings at any of our public spaces or beaches, trails, and parks are prohibited with members outside of someone's household. We also recommend that at shared outdoor facilities for recreational activities that are already operating remain open for individuals or members of a single household, again with required distancing, infection control, and masking. This is limited to our golf courses, tennis courts, pickleball, archery ranges, skate parks, bike parks, and community gardens. Outdoor and indoor pools that serve members from more than one household should be closed except for regulated lap swimming. We also are recommending that a very small number of businesses and activities be closed. Some of these are already closed, and we recommend they remain closed. Non-essential office-based businesses, playgrounds, except for playgrounds that are at childcare or schools, card rooms, bars, clubs, and lounges, theater, spectator performances, sporting events, other events, bowling alleys, and arcades. We're also recommending that the following activities continue under the current reopening protocols: childcare and daycare, K-12 schools and day camps with one new requirement for a 14-day closure with any outbreak. That's 3 cases or more over 14 days. Institutes of higher education, libraries at 20% maximum occupancy, youth sports for conditioning and skill building only, and pro sports, which are now because we're in Tier 1, spectator free. We also will need to continue to adhere to the state's curfew requirements that require that all gatherings with members of other households and all activities conducted outside the residence with members of other households cease between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., except for essential activities and those activities required by law. People experiencing homelessness are not subject to this curfew, and any number of persons from the same household can leave their residence if they do not engage in any interaction with individuals from other households between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair or to Dr. Galley.
Yeah, Dr. Galley?
Yes, good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Supervisors. So the volume, as Dr. Ferrer just mentioned, in the hospitals across Los Angeles County is currently approaching 1,600. This is still shy of the peak volume that we had in the county in July of this year, which was at about 2,200. However, the volumes are rising at a very steep rate. The challenging thing about hospitalizations, as Dr. Ferrer mentioned, is that they lag behind the infection time by about 2 to 3 weeks. And as such, they cannot be easily used to gauge how we are doing in terms of controlling transmission, because any actions taken would be taken then too late. However, we do know that we have not yet hit the peak hospitalizations. We haven't seen the hospitalizations that come from the high case counts in the 4,000 to 5,000-ish range that was reported over the last week or so by DPH. As of today, the 911 receiving hospitals across Los Angeles County are currently reporting 1,230 available beds, and that includes 163 available intensive care unit beds. That survey is done every day, and it includes beds that the hospitals report as being immediately available today for a patient. At this point, unless changes have been made in people's behavior, mask wearing, that would take steps to reduce transmission over the past couple of weeks, and unless steps continue to be made, then I do anticipate that we will use up those currently available beds that the hospitals are currently projecting that they have. The problem is, I want to be clear, is not physical beds. There is adequate physical beds, physical rooms in our hospitals, and thus there's really no need to set up alternative care sites or alternative hospital settings. The challenge, as it has been throughout the pandemic, is with staffing, most directly in our ICUs, where capacity is more limited and where still 25% of all COVID patients require that highest level of hospital care. Hospitals do have many levers available through which they can use to make additional beds available. This includes flexing up staffing. However, I would note that California, as with all other regions, are more limited in their ability to use this lever because they can't draw on national and nationwide registries. Typically, when there's high volume in one location, there's not necessarily high patient volumes at every other place in the country. And because everyone in the country right now is experiencing a COVID surge, there's not the same ability to draw in additional staffing from other regions of the country. There's also a lot of staff within hospitals, DHS included, but also the private hospitals, that have staff out on quarantine and isolation orders. And so that also further limits the ability to open up additional beds. Hospitals, though, can also redeploy staff from their outpatient areas. DHS, for example, can open up 100 additional beds through these actions, through our ability to reassign staff from outpatient areas, those people who do have experience in inpatient units and already have the necessary training. And I'm very grateful for the flexibility of staff to be able to do this in these challenging times. In extreme situations, hospitals can also modify through CDPH process state-mandated staffing ratios, and then they can also cancel or reschedule non-essential procedures, and that will reduce the inflow of patients into the hospital, including into ICU beds. I'll mention with respect to testing that there remains adequate capacity for testing, and the department is working to implement mobile testing and home testing in the near future. Thankful to Supervisor Solis for her motion today highlighting this work and focusing on the sustainability of this novel model over time. The important thing, though, to keep in mind is that while testing is available and it is absolutely needed if people have had an exposure or they have symptoms of COVID, testing is not by itself the answer. And we still see too much of people using testing as a path to go see their family and friends, including in preparations for this Thanksgiving Day weekend. the need to restrict reopening would be much less if everyone would simply wear their mask and reduce their social intermingling outside of their households. That said, I recognize the question about where we are today and would just like to make the reminder that the hospital capacity is available right now, but we do risk using it up if those case counts continue to rise at the level that they have to date. Be happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Hahn and then Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start out by saying a few comments, and then I have some questions. And just so that the public hears this too, and I'm glad we're discussing this in open session. Last week, when this board considered the recommendations to put in outdoor dining restrictions at 4,000 cases and a safer at home order at 4,500 cases, we had no idea how quickly those numbers would be upon us. We thought we were weeks away, and I honestly had hoped with our first 6 recommendations that we put into place last week, we could avoid getting to this point. In fact, as late as Thursday, I told my staff that one of the questions I was going to ask Barbara today was, when we hit one of those thresholds, will that automatically trigger a new health order, or will it come back to the board? And these new numbers we're seeing are certainly jarring. I'm concerned with the hospitalizations and the possibility that we are careening towards completely overwhelming our hospital system. And we need to turn this around. And I understand the inclination to shut things down, but as Dr. Ferrer said, shutdowns do have real costs. And without federal help, that means putting people out of work and potentially putting businesses out of business forever. And if we're going to ask people to sacrifice not only quality time with their loved ones and the activities that are important to them, but also in many cases their paychecks, they need to trust that these decisions are the right ones and that they will actually make a difference. But in the recent proposal to shut down outdoor dining, I have never experienced the kind of pushback I am hearing. When people talk about their phones blowing up, mine really did. I have heard from chambers of commerce, I have heard from restaurant owners, I've heard from restaurant associations, I've heard from friends, I've heard from not friends, and the fact of the matter is the public doesn't think that recommendation is right, and they don't think it's going to work, and they are really losing faith and trust in the decisions that we're making. And we've always said that all of us are threading the needle on these decisions between protecting the public's health and protecting people's livelihood and paychecks. So having said that, I have a few questions that I would like to get answered here in open session. Dr. Farrar, I know we've seen a surge in cases over the past month, but do we know to what degree outdoor dining is driving this problem? We've heard many times from you and other public health experts that the problem is home gatherings and backyard parties. Does our contract tracing show the restaurants are associated with this recent increase in cases and hospitalizations?
Yeah,
but I'm just going to ask you to answer briefly too, Dr. Frey, because I know my colleagues also have a lot of things to say on this.
Yeah, thanks so much. If it's okay, I'm going to actually ask Dr. Davis to respond because he's been working really closely with this sector and with the inspectors as well. So.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. So, to answer your question, as we have looked at this, there are a number of things that come into play. As we think about what recommendations to make, given what we're seeing in terms of the widespread increases, both in work sites as well as in the community, we have to first start thinking about where is there the highest risk of transmission. When we look at what we see in terms of our case investigations, there's a broad mix of different places that people may have gone that could potentially have been an exposure. The best data to give you in relationship to the contributions that come from people dining out at restaurants where you cannot wear your face covering while you eat and drink comes from actually the CDC. There was a case-controlled study, which is the highest standard that we have in terms of looking at data, that assessed information from 11 outpatient healthcare facilities and 10 states, and noted that the cases were 2 times more likely to have gone to dine out at a restaurant than those who were negative. So that's the best information that we have that's very specific to restaurants. But in general, when you think about the risk, if you go back to our protocols related to restaurants, it was the one place that we required employees who were interacting with customers without face coverings to wear a face shield. Noticing the risk that's associated with people not having on a face covering and being in close contact with each other, which often happens at tables when people are eating together.
So basically what you're saying is more likely, but we don't have specific contact tracing showing that the restaurants are directly or who are driving this huge increase in cases.
Well, to be specific, there are a number of things that are driving this. And if you look at what we're seeing across, all of our communities, there are a number of factors that come into play. But again, as a public health department, we have to think about, and this happens even in the workplace, what is the highest risk in relationship to that? And where are those places we can reduce that risk? If you
let me ask you how many restaurants have been the site of workplace outbreaks?
I have to pull that number up, but we've had an increase, a 3-fold increase in terms of workplace outbreaks, and that's really just among the staff. And then we don't have, the information in terms of like how many people were connected, to those from, the patrons that were in them.
But isn't it true that usually the workplace outbreaks are with the staff and not necessarily the customers? So if you only allow a restaurant to do pickup and delivery, you're not really solving that particular problem.
No, but you are solving the problem of people mixing together, oftentimes from different households, being in close contact without a face covering while they're eating and drinking.
So in the press conference yesterday, Dr. Farrar, I think you presented data that said nearly 20% of restaurants have been found not to be correctly following health guidelines, like properly distancing tables from one another. And out of all the industries, we have the most control over our restaurants because we have ability to pull their permits. Wouldn't it make more sense to target the restaurants not following the rules and shut those down as opposed to prohibiting all outdoor dining?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Supervisor Hahn. I know that everyone has been, really looking creatively and innovatively for other ways for us to accomplish the goal of having, both a lot of safety at the work site for workers and for customers, and to avoid, our decision around feeling like restaurants really needed to close for a few weeks. I think, that's always a possibility. I want to just be realistic that there's, I think, 31,000 restaurants in LA County, and our team, as hard as they're working, on average gets to about 300 a week. Again, inspecting other places and responding to complaints for other sectors as well, which means that there may be a lot of places that aren't fully in compliance and are creating more risk than any one of us would like to have.
But you can understand the suggestion from the restaurants who are saying, 20% are bad actors. That means 80% of them are following the rules, following the protocols, have gone to great length to kind of invest in new infrastructures to allow for safe outdoor dining? Wouldn't it be a more strategic, targeted way to address these surges by just shutting down those who aren't in compliance?
Yeah, I think that would be the case if there wasn't the sort of enhanced risk inherent in the activity that's happening at the restaurant. I mean, even if they're in compliance, in full compliance, which is obviously so much better than not being in compliance, because all of the customers are not wearing their face coverings while they're eating and drinking. There just is a lot of increased risk in those settings. And as you know, we've all seen picture after picture of activity at some restaurants, lots of people not wearing their face coverings, lots of people close together, lots of people intermingling. Many people going to restaurants are actually not going with members of their household. And as you remember, when we proposed at the beginning of reopening restaurants that perhaps it made sense to just limit people coming into restaurants and sitting together who were in the households, the restaurants appropriately, notified us that would be impossible to enforce for them. They would have no way of knowing whether people were from one household. So I think what we're really looking at here is an issue of increased risk and significant increased risk because people are not wearing their face cover.
And what would you say to those people who say, our message so far has been wineries, breweries, restaurants have been complying with safety protocols. It's the backyard parties and gatherings and Dodger celebrations that have made this surge happen, and the easy way out is to sort of shut down outdoor dining because we can't shut down people's patios.
Yeah, it's such a good question, and I'm well aware of the frustration here. I think for us, it's we have to do both. We have to look at every single place where there's an opportunity to get back some control, and part of this is because there is such a steep acceleration of cases. I think the time for us to have looked at, perhaps taking different steps would have been, well before we hit this threshold. Our problem is we, as you noted, jumped from 2,000 cases to 3,000 cases, then to 4,000 cases, and now, we're at 4,500 cases in about 2.5 weeks, something that really none of us had anticipated. Given how well we've done as a county with messaging up till now. And
right. I hear you, but I think the frustration is, of course, just even following up with what Dr. Davis said, we just can't say for certain where people are getting infected, how they're affecting others. We do know that it's obviously risky to be in an activity that you don't have your mask on, but again, the safety protocols, the investment that these restaurants have put, it just is why they're just, they're just really angry and don't feel like we're making decisions that actually are reducing cases. Let me just ask you, I also get a lot of pushback from people who said, why are you focusing on case count when everything we do, we're obviously talking about overwhelming our hospitals. That's what, I remember when the Mercy pulled into the Port of Los Angeles back in May, and it was all about, because we were worried that we wouldn't have the hospitalization. As Dr. Galley said, it's not just the bed, it's the staff. Would it be more concrete and easier for the public to absorb if we based our decisions on hospitalizations and not case counts?
Yeah, thanks so much. And I agree that it seems a little bit counterintuitive to talk about cases when what we're really all worried about is overwhelming the healthcare system. The issue is that cases are the earlier predictor of what's going to happen in our hospital care system. And I think Dr. Galley spoke to this as well. You don't really want to wait until your case numbers in the hospital are really high, because those numbers that you're seeing in the hospital reflect people who were infected a couple of weeks earlier. So as I said, we've seen this rapid acceleration this past week and a half with hospitals and the number of patients that are there with COVID-19. And it's not attributed to the 4,500 cases we're seeing today. It's attributed to the 2,300 cases we saw 2 weeks ago.
Right. But and we know that, so it would be interesting at some point to model it backwards and aim more from what we know hospitalizations mean in terms of cases and just work backwards. But I get that. It just seems like I get so much pushback from people who are like, why are you talking about cases when it's really hospitalizations? So last week you announced that when we hit the average of 4,500 cases per day, it would trigger a safer at home order. And last week, that would mean only allowing non-essential workers to leave their homes for essential activities. But after listening to your presentation on this new and improved safer at home order, you've dramatically reduced the severity of that initial proposal that you made to us last week. Non-essential businesses will be very much open. Gyms will be open outdoors. Zoos will be open. Hair salons, mini golf and go-karts will be open with reduced capacity. You must have had some rationale for really changing what you proposed to us last week about only allowing non-essential workers to leave their homes. And just talking about reducing capacity at many of these businesses. I'm proposing that we should use sort of that same rationale to allow restaurants to continue outdoor dining at 50% capacity and really focus our efforts on shutting down those that are not following the rules or are the site of traceable outbreaks. And I'm going to close, Madam Chair, by saying, if we had federal dollars to pay all of our workers to stay home and close their restaurants, that would be wrong. That would be one thing. I wish we had money to allow people to stay home. I know I have the luxury of working from home. I get a paycheck every 2 weeks, come rain or come shine. And it is killing me to think that at this point, few weeks before Christmas holidays, we are considering an order that would cause restaurants to maybe shut down permanently. We know they will lay off employees if they're just allowed to do curbside pickup and delivery. It's just something I don't think that I really want to do at this point. I know that we have help coming. There's a vaccine that's on its way, and we're probably not even going to spend a lot of time talking about the storage and distribution of the vaccine. I do know that you all are working really hard on that. But to close restaurants down at this point is without money to pay these workers, to pay these restaurants. I think we are careening down another economically tragic road. Closing, reopening, modifying, reopening again, and our cases are still going up. Something's not working, and without clear data proving what works and doesn't, I want to today land on the side of letting people keep their jobs until this vaccine comes our way. And lastly, I do want to say that the situation we're facing is serious. And I don't support an outdoor dining closure, but I do support everyone taking personal responsibility and doing their part to stop the spread. That means not gathering with your friends and family, especially indoors. Please cancel your holiday gathering plans. I know I did. Our workers and our businesses are depending on us turning this around. And if there's not support on the board today to allow outdoor dining, then I'm going to work to expand the eligibility of the Revitalization Business Grant, which has been for breweries, expand that to include restaurants. But I hope we can have some compassion and sympathy and empathy a few weeks before the end of the year to continue to allow outdoor dining with strict protocols, closing at 10 o'clock at night, and reinforcing those who are the bad actors out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I can make one comment, this is Dr. Davis. So, we didn't, we noted that the safer at home order that we would be proposing this time would be slightly different or modified. We've learned some things from that previous time. There were certain things that we didn't have in place in terms of universal face covering. And so we, can also, even in this time, if that decision is to have closure of outdoor restaurants, we can all support them by doing what we would normally do in terms of ordering out, even if we were going to go there. I think that would be helpful for them. It may not replace everything. The other thing that I would point out...
I'm just going to say, ordering out is one thing, but they get rid of their staff, their waiters, their waitresses, their servers, their hostesses. All those people get laid off.
I understand. It's not the same. And I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it is something that we can all do to support our restaurants at that time. And hopefully, that doesn't have to happen if they're getting enough revenue. And I don't, I can't predict what that would be. But what I can also say is when we talk about restaurants where they're not complying, it doesn't necessarily change what's happening at the table where the risk is the highest, where people aren't wearing a face covering because they're eating and drinking. And that's really what we have to look at as a public health department, thinking about the science of disease transmission.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Wow. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to appreciate Dr. Ferrer, Dr. Galley, and Dr. Davis for going through and sharing so much information with us thus far and where we've come. And I'm happy that we are having this in a public forum. But I do have to say, from my perspective, in the last several days, so much has dramatically changed. I, like many of you on the board, could never even have imagined that we would hit over 16,000 cases of COVID, and that hospitalization rates would go up. And I just came from the hospital over the weekend. My mother had an issue there, but while I was there at one of the private hospitals, I've never in my life seen the corridors in the ER room completely full. There were no rooms available to treat COVID patients. That to me was very startling. And while we care about what happens in the public sector in our public hospitals, I am feeling also for the private sector hospitals and folks that are really being exposed to COVID, the workforce there, the fact that I saw fewer staff on hand, that also disturbed me. And I know it's happening. We just heard it from Dr. Galley, reported to us as well, that one of the indicators here for us to be concerned about is the fact that staff are going to be impacted, and many have already. They're working overtime, 24 hours, maybe 5-7 days a week, don't get to see their family, or when they do, there can also be consequences because they can spread the COVID as well. So I'm all these things have been running through my mind this last weekend, but there is the reality that these cases have gone up, and we did speak about this in our session last week about what those triggers would be. I am happy that we are not completely shutting down everything, because I think that's been the news of the last few days. It sounds as though we're crippling our entire economy, and I don't think that's the case, because as we just heard from our health director, Barbara Ferrer, and Dr. Davis, we still have operations that are going on. Retail, small businesses, people can go out to parks. There's still activity occurring. And non-essential services, yeah, people need to think about that. But for essential services, I know a lot of people, family members that have folks that are going out, working in the grocery stores, working in construction, providing care in childcare facilities that are still meeting the needs. And many people that are now staffing our federally qualified clinics that still, in addition, have to help their patients. I, like anyone else, am going through COVID fatigue, but I hope that we do get to see some end in sight. And I think that will happen once we have more opportunity to really understand where the vaccines come into play. Now we have possibly 3, maybe 4 that are going to be coming online and available by mid-December. we're talking about impacting our economy, at least with respect to restaurants, for a matter of 3 weeks. We will then, I hope, be able to come back and say, did we all do the right thing? Did people take their responsibility, wear their masks, try to stay at home or away from intermingling with other people that are outside of your household? Those are going to be the real traits that I'm going to be looking at to see how well the public has conformed to the messaging that we've been trying to put out there. I hear so much about everything that we do. It's about saving lives. Well, I want to say something, that we should be working towards staying alive. Because yes, we have lost too many people in our families that have lost their lives, and not all of them are over 65 or had underlying conditions. This is a different disease, virus that we have never, ever confronted before. And what is troubling to me is that we don't know what we can't see. So we have to make decisions based on science, data, and what those outcomes have been. And I do think that in the last 8 months, our county and our board here has done a lot of good things to help prevent the expansion of numbers. I think we did a lot better than other counties and other states. And yes, we did see an uptick in the past couple of weeks, because there were outside celebrations around sports activities, elections, and all of that. But now we know we've learned from it. And now our message has to be conform, listen to the health orders, take responsibilities. And I say that not lightly, but because I am concerned in my own district. In my first district that I represent, we have over 96,000 cases of people that have contracted COVID, and many, many that have lost their lives. And I do believe that what we do matters in terms of our leadership around the county and around the state. And I'm happy that just an hour ago, I received a text message from one of our neighboring mayors who also has a health department. They are also looking for leadership from us. In fact, Mayor Garcia texted me and said, I hope you do the right thing, Hilda. And I look and I think about what he has just personally gone through. Lost his parents to COVID. One was a healthcare worker, the other one was retired. But that's how easily this can spread. And I only say that because these are our friends as well, and people that we know. We have relatives and friends that live in different parts of the county. I am very hurt that in my district we have upwards of cases in, for example, the city of Industry that is not home to a lot of people, but there are 11,442 cases. And guess what? It's because people go in and work there and then they leave. It's amazing what's happening. And it's hard to explain, but once you see the numbers and the figures, it really causes me to think that I need to do whatever I can do to help prevent the spread. And so perhaps we will have this discussion, but at this point in time, I agree with what our healthcare officers and our representatives, Dr. Galley, Dr. Ferrer, and Dr. Davis are saying to us to be careful, because we will see the true impact in terms of hospitalizations, maybe not at this minute, but for sure in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And that is still clearly before Christmas, before the actual holiday, the next holiday. Hopefully people will understand and take heed and pay notice and do the right thing, I hope. You can't legislate that, but we can certainly message it. And I hope that that's where we go. For Dr. Ferrer, I just want to ask you, we talked a lot about what may happen in the next 3 weeks. So tell me, if in fact we do follow through with our health orders here, what could we expect based on data and what you understand?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Supervisor Solis. What we're going to need to do is be a little bit patient, because the actions we take today will show up in case numbers 2 weeks from now. And the same thing, the case numbers we're seeing today are really based on actions people took 2 weeks ago, because it's a 14-day incubation period. I mean, one of the hardest realities about with this virus is this very long incubation period.
which just makes it really, really hard when we're asking people to quarantine. We're trying to do our contact tracing. You know, you're asking people to look at what they did the last 14 days. It's not like you just get to go back and say, where was I yesterday or the day before? You actually have to go back 14 days in time. And over 14 days, most of us have done many, many different activities. But if we implement some new directions and some new safety measures, you know, this week, my hope would be 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, we would start seeing a leveling and then a decreasing in our case numbers. Again, you know, I really want to thank all the residents and all the businesses here because, as Supervisor Hahn noted, we are not just sending every single person back home. We are, in fact, trying to make sure that whenever you're out and you're not with people in your household, you're always at an activity where you can wear your face covering and keep it on the entire time. And then we're also trying to reduce crowded situations and having people stay with just people from their household. But I do think you're right, Supervisor Solis. It will take us a little bit of time. The problem is we can't really keep waiting to take action because, as you've seen, our cases just continue to be very high every day. It's not like without taking some additional steps, we're likely to see ourselves back to a more reasonable case number. You know, it is a surge, and it's a surge across the country. And I really appreciated what you said about the holidays also, Supervisor Solis. You know, we had, I think, at LAX, 1 million travelers go through LAX yesterday. If you're a public health person, you know, you just start crying when you hear those numbers. If we don't have a big enough problem now, we're likely to have a big problem because of all the in traffic. So we're really going to have to do everything we can, be united in our messaging, you know, that this is the time for every single person to take immediate and I think actions that are, as you've all noted, going to create the need for us to do some additional sacrificing.
And finally, Madam Chair, I just want to say that I don't want to appear as though I'm indifferent to our restaurants and our breweries and all that, because many of them have really stepped up to the plate in so many ways, and I thank them for that. But I do know that whatever we can do to try to help mitigate in any way, whether it's through a remainder of CARES Act money that we can distribute immediately, I'm willing to do that and step up to date to see that we do that. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Very much, Madam Chair. I agree with a great deal of what has been said, especially by Supervisor Solis. I want to thank Dr. Ferrer, Dr. Davis, Dr. Galley, and all of their staffs who I don't know if you had the opportunity to talk with many of them, but they're exhausted and they have been working round the clock since March. I think that the new recommended orders have much to recommend them to us, most of which has to do with the attempt to keep all of our businesses open and working in the safest possible way, rather than saying you must close your business entirely. And I think that is a recognition that there are safety measures that can be taken that are most protective. It was always interesting to me that the one business out of all of the thousands of different kinds of businesses in Los Angeles County that was allowed to operate where the customers did not have to wear a mask were restaurants. And it made sense, of course. You can't eat with your mask on. But we said, oh, well, you know, we can't actually do what we think is the safest thing because you have to eat. So we'll simply say you don't have to wear a mask. And then there's the issue of the 6 foot distance. It's a bit of magical thinking on everyone's part to think that at any restaurant anywhere, the server keeps a 6 foot distance from the table where he or she is taking an order, or delivering the bread, or clearing the dishes, or bringing the food. They do not. So we're sitting there with no masks on, and as we recall, masks are worn primarily, though not solely, to protect the other person. So the servers are not protected from us, and they're not protected from their other 6 tables that they're serving at that particular time, plus all of the hours in which they're working. So it is a most dangerous situation for them. And though many of us have heard a cacophony from restaurant owners, I got emails yesterday from consultants that work with worker groups indicating that they were pleased, though worried about their revenue, that they would be more protected because they were always worried about approaching a table, people without masks. And I don't know how many restaurants you've been into where 6 or 8 people are talking at the top of their lungs, but as we know, that also means that they can impact people more than 6 feet away. So I think it's sad, but I support this. And the reason I think it's sad is because the entire situation that we're in across the world at the moment, unprecedented in my long lifetime, is sad. People are having to lose their jobs. They are losing so much. And we have done everything we can, and I think done well in LA County to try to protect business owners as much as possible by allowing limited openings. In an outdoor gym, for instance, you are 6 feet apart and you are wearing a mask. I don't know whether that's perfectly safe, but at least they're adhering to what the best science is about how to protect as much. So I sadly, but strongly support our moving our restaurants back to takeout and delivery. Many of them adjusted in the first 3 months of this pandemic to providing services that way. I want to remind you that with 31,000 restaurants in the county, if only 40 people eat each day, throughout the day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, at those, that's over 1.25 million people that our workers are exposed to. And finally, I want to agree with what Supervisor Solis said and take it a little further. Many of the people who are servers and hospitality workers in my cities at the western end of the county do not live in the western end of the county. They are traveling there to work. Many of them live in the 1st District, and the 1st District has suffered more infections than any other district. The 2nd District has suffered the 2nd number, and the 3rd, the 3rd. However, the growth in cases, interestingly, has been primarily in the 3rd, the 1st, and now the 5th. And these are not in our rich areas, but in our poor areas. So I have to believe that it has a lot to do with our workers having been exposed to so many people. I thank you very much for the work that you're putting in. I hope that you yourselves will keep up your heart. I went to the store and bought a Thanksgiving tablecloth and 2 pitiful napkins because that's what I'm doing for Thanksgiving, though we're having family Zooms while we cook. So I hope everyone will take this to heart. And I thank our doctors very, very much for the work that they're putting in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, wow, where do I begin? I first want to thank Dr. Galley and Dr. Ferrer being here and for your service in responding to this crisis. But I also want to thank you, Dr. Galley, for the increase in testing that has been taking place. I want to reiterate that I am opposed to the closure of outdoor dining at restaurants. And after hearing Dr. Davis say that the evidence being used in the CDC study, and it's the best info we have after 7 months, we have not been tracking that info, actually reaffirms how upset I am about the fact that I feel this is arbitrary and punitive toward outdoor dining at restaurants. While this board did decide on thresholds of positive cases to take this action, we saw an unprecedented rise in testing as residents prepared for Thanksgiving holidays, which led to high case counts. However, we have even seen our positivity rate drop over the last 4 days. Right now, our positivity rate is the same as when we began to open Safer at Home. I'm being told 7%. Most importantly, there is no sufficient data to show that outdoor dining has led to significant transmission. Going into the market to buy a tablecloth and napkins is putting you at risk of being exposed to the coronavirus. When I go to my market, I'm putting myself in significant exposure possibility. That's why we encourage wearing masks, and why the markets are putting things down that show you need to stand 6 feet apart. I'm concerned that this county is taking the approach of everything should be closed unless we have a good reason to open it. While our approach should be, will we close sectors when they prove to carry too much risk? Outdoor dining has not hit that threshold for closure, and no other county has taken the step to close outdoor dining. And while Mayor Garcia, who I have the utmost respect for, wants Supervisor Solis, you stand strong, the city of Pasadena is going to not align themselves with the county. In fact, they are aligning themselves with the state moving forward because they feel that this is not best practices. But what they are going to do is closely monitor and regulate the restaurants in Pasadena to ensure that they are in compliance. Fatigue, no doubt, has set in across the county and led to increases everywhere. Closing one of the few places where individuals can go outdoors will likely lead to more indoor private gatherings that we attribute most of the spread to. Need I remind my colleagues, countless times, Dodger victory, the Lakers, the recent elections, people were outside in large gatherings celebrating, even after we reminded them to not do that. And to Supervisor Hahn's point, personal responsibility, people have to step up and recognize that they have personal responsibility as well. Today's LA Times editorial referenced this concern, writing, "If shutting down outdoor dining simply moves small gatherings from a restaurant patio that is following strict infection control measures to a dining room in a private home, this is not. It could actually increase the spread. But yet we've been silent on that. Sometimes consequences or actions do have consequences. I hope my colleagues will follow the data and see that while it is a concern that cases are increasing, it cannot be directly attributed to outdoor dining, and there is no data proven that the consequences that the positivity rate will go down by closing it. I remain concerned that the proposed measures are arbitrary and will punish a sector that has unfairly shouldered a heavy burden from shutdown orders. These orders are also coming down the day before a major holiday when many restaurants have purchased supplies and food to prepare for Thanksgiving orders. This is on top of thousands of dollars that these dining establishments have spent to create welcoming outdoor seating and tenting, including heat lamps and other fixtures. It will also disproportionately impact the residents who earn $50,000 a year or less, creating socioeconomic divides throughout the region. And that is something the LAEDC has highlighted time and time again. This goes beyond just economic impact of the county and speaks to the significant impacts that this will have on social and emotional well-beings in our community. We have constantly said that we want to wait 3 weeks to see the impact on actions taken. I propose that we wait 2 weeks to see the impact from the restrictions we put in place last week before taking additional rash measures without any data to support them. For the time being, we should align with the state's restrictions, which keep us as one of the only areas in the county with schools, indoor dining, and many other areas closed. These are increasingly and incredibly strict regulations. I want to reiterate, given our strict level of shutdown, it is clear that the increase is not due to any sectors being safely reopened, and the spread cannot be slowed by closing these minimally open industries. And I would say that, while I know we are all exhausted, and myself included, but I get paid. Imagine the exhaustion of the people that are waiting to find out what this board is going to do, which in turn could determine whether they have a job, which means in turn, if they don't have a job, how are they going to pay their rent and pay their bills? That weighs heavy on me, and I heard loud and clear from my constituents, and by the way, not just in the 5th District, but from other cities and other districts, who even went so far as to say, what would happen if we refused to comply with the public health orders? What would happen if we as a city said, we will not allow the county to close the restaurants? And I said, unfortunately, they can go in and take their health license, which would be the kiss of death for any restaurant. You don't have to dine out. And what I tell people is, if you are in a category of high risk or you have pre-existing health conditions, you should limit going out and interacting in the public. Going out to a restaurant and sitting outdoors is a personal choice. We all have choices. And we have gone above and beyond in this county to ensure that even the employees are protected as it relates to this pandemic. We have brought in motions, not me personally, my colleagues have brought in motions that are ensuring that those that are working both in restaurants, hotels, in every industry are protected as it relates to this pandemic. Even insofar as a motion to, or an ordinance today that is going to protect people who report their business. So I feel that what is happening today is truly going to devastate not only the workers, but their families. And I cannot, in good conscience, support something that cannot be supported by data. And then let's talk about hospitalizations. And Dr. Galley, I'd like you to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm told that actually the length of stay in the hospital today is less than it was 7 months ago. Can you tell me what the average length of stay for hospitalization is today?
Yes, Supervisor. Historically, in prior months earlier in the pandemic, the average length of stay was 8 to 9 days, about 8.5, and currently the length of stay on average is running at 7 days, so it is lower, and that's the average length of stay over the past 2 months.
And then my next question, Dr. Galley, is in terms of the therapeutics, have we advanced since March in terms of how we are treating this disease?
Yes, in March there were literally no therapeutics that were known to be effective in treating COVID, and now there are several. I would say the data is very mixed on remdesivir, and there was recently a WHO statement that it's generally not useful. However, dexamethasone, which is a steroid, has been shown to be effective in treating patients with COVID. There's a monoclonal antibody that was recently granted EUA approval by the FDA that has been shown promise in treating patients with COVID, and there's other potential therapeutics that are coming on soon.
And then last but not least, what percentage have we increased testing throughout this county?
I can get you a precise number. Back when we looked, in the beginning of the pandemic, say May, a couple months in, where there had been testing capacity, but it was still quite limited and constrained based on total volume. We had the capacity countywide for about 150,000 or 140,000 tests per week. And right now we have a capacity in the county. This capacity is for community testing sites. It's not testing at other locations. Community testing capacity that is about 275,000 tests per week. Last week alone, there were 210,000 tests performed at community testing sites across the county. That includes city, county, and state-operated testing sites, with still 50,000 additional slots that went unused. And we're now seeing greater uptake of those unused slots. And as I've mentioned, we're continuing to roll out additional testing options. But that's, a tripling of testing capacity since May. And obviously, it's many-fold more than March or April when testing supplies were severely limited.
So when you look at the number of positives going up, in a sense, that means people are going and getting tested and isolating themselves in order not to spread the disease. But yet our hospitalization, based on the number of positives coming in, if they were severely sick, our hospitalization would be far higher, I would think. And so, I guess what I'm saying is that the hospitalization does not match the number of positives coming in that are severely ill. Because what I'm told is 80% of those individuals that are infected with this virus fully recover and do not end up in the hospital. And the way it attacks people is different. I've talked to people who've said they thought they had severe allergies, and then there are others who said it was a cold with someone sitting on top of their chest and they couldn't breathe. And so it varies from individual to individual. So I'm just trying to understand, why the numbers go up, but yet hospitalization still, while going up. And I've talked to some of the administrators. They are not seeing a surge that is being reported in other states, based on even the numbers that we're talking about in terms of positivity rate.
Yeah, Supervisor, it's a good question, and certainly I think you're absolutely right. The clinical course is incredibly varied. Some people remain asymptomatic their entire time. Some people have very mild symptoms, and some people sadly have very extreme symptoms. Even some people who recover, we're finding that they have long-lasting symptoms, something that we're just learning more about. The thing that does seem to be relatively constant, and Dr. Ferrer may want to speak to this as well, is that the percent of patients who test positive who require hospitalization has remained relatively stable at about 12%. And that number has not moved much. And then among that 12% who require hospitalization, it's typically a quarter or a third who require ICU care, and then half of those who require a ventilator. Those numbers haven't moved much, and when we've seen the case counts rise, it's also been in the setting of a higher test positivity rate. So as we ramped up testing over the course of May and June and July, we saw the test positivity rate go down, which is a good thing. And now with this most recent surge, we've seen that test positivity rate creep up again at 6-7%. And that's what's concerning, and that's one of the things that may lead in the future to more hospitalizations over the next week or two.
Thank you. I guess I'm pretty much done with my questions, because I think everyone knows where I stand on this. And, it was something that when we discussed this, and, unfortunately it was not done in public, but over the weekend when the decision was made that we met that threshold that triggered doing what we're discussing today, my concern was we should not announce until we have an opportunity to discuss this in public. And I'm glad we are, but I still remain very skeptical about the fact that the thought process behind this actually makes sense, and I'm not convinced it does, and therefore I cannot support this recommendation. But I'm going to ask this board, in knowing that we are moving forward and that there are issues as it relates to vaccines and all, Supervisor Hahn and I would like to bring in a motion. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the Board of Supervisors has prioritized consulting experts regarding COVID-19 to ensure the safest and most effective response in Los Angeles County. The board immediately chartered the Department of Public Health to lead the immediate response while relying on the Department of Health Services to provide efficient and effective testing and care. In May, the board convened the Economic Resiliency Task Force to account for the severe economic and social challenges created by this pandemic. As the county reaches a critical junction in protecting the health and economy of our residents and also preparing the distribution of a vaccine, we must utilize all resources and experts to best serve our communities. Los Angeles County is home to some of the world's leading research institutions, many of which have published critical research on how to respond to a crisis like COVID-19. Many have brought creative, targeted closures and solutions that take into account case rates, treatments, testing, and the coming vaccine. It is in the best interest of our residents that these experts are consulted not only by our county health departments, but also by the Board of Supervisors. We therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Chief Executive Officer, in collaboration with the Department of Public Health and Director and Health Services, to immediately engage local universities with the technical expertise on COVID-19 related prevention and response to assist the county in the development of targeted COVID-19 response strategies, reopening plans. And then I asked that motion be considered, and then I also asked that the board consider, in response to the overwhelming public responses and serious economic and social implications from closing outdoor dining at restaurants, it is imperative that the Board of Supervisors and the Department of Public Health reconsider the decision made last week to close outdoor dining if cases hit a specific threshold. So therefore, Supervisors Hahn and I request that the health officer of the Department of Public Health, number one, maintain the current restrictions on restaurants, including outdoor dining at 50% capacity and closed for takeout only from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and two, re-engage the restaurant sector of the Economic Resiliency Task Force to discuss any additional measures that could significantly limit the spread of COVID-19. So I would ask the board to consider both motions. With that, any comments?
Chair, if I may?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did I interrupt
Nope, go ahead.
one of my colleagues?
Nope, that was me saying, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As to your motion to reconsider the closure of outdoor dining, I must say most respectfully, I do not agree with your motion. As you could tell from, I think, my comments, I think that it's very important to take these steps. I think, London just shut everything down. Paris just shut down its bars. I mean, this is a serious health emergency, and we must take it very seriously. As I indicated, this is the only business that allows its customers to remain, and often for quite a while, unmasked. And that, I think, is enough to single it out right there. We tried, but the numbers have gone up. So I cannot support that motion. As to the motion to engage our universities and other research academies, I don't oppose it. However, I did work at UCLA for almost 20 years. And one of the things that I found, someone once made a joke about it being a hotbed of cold feet, that it takes a great deal of time before it decides what it's going to recommend and, et cetera. I would want to emphasize that we in no way indicate to our public health department that they need to wait for a response from academia before they take a reasonable action. But I do believe that it can certainly be helpful, and I believe they've already been talking to the universities, can be helpful in giving information. So I can support that motion with the caveat that they not be required to wait until the university makes up its mind about what it's going to advise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl. With that, we'll vote on the first motion by Supervisor.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, Supervisor Thomas, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wonder, in light of what just happened in the court with an attempt to sue, how we should dispose of this matter. Ordinarily, when we're faced with pending litigation, we have the benefit of counsel advising us how we should or should not behave, how we should or should not dispose of the matter, what record we need to be careful about creating so as not to facilitate greater susceptibility or vulnerability to a lawsuit. And we've not had the benefit of that. You may take note of the fact that The article just came in at like 12:51 or so, not quite an hour ago. And Madam Chair, it seems to me, out of an abundance of caution, when we have such a not only a contentious issue, but a litigious issue, that we are advised by our counsel, pros and cons, ins and outs, up and down, where we are moving and how we are moving. Having said that, Madam Chair, I would respectfully request that we benefit from that counsel, recess to closed session, get the benefit of all of what we should have and know, and return to dispose of the matter based on what we have learned. And with your permission, I would respectfully so move.
Okay. Supervisor Ridley Thomas, actually, I did talk to County Council and told him that if he felt the line of questioning would compromise, that he could alert. And County Council, would you like to weigh in on the motion that's on the floor?
Yes, Supervisor. I won't weigh in on the motion.
No, I'm talking about the procedural in terms of the lawsuit.
Yes, Supervisor. I mean, I think given the lawsuit and other potential lawsuits and litigation that the county could face, certainly if the board wishes to have a discussion with me with potential consequences, I'm happy to do that in closed session. We do have it agendized as exposure litigation, and we can certainly proceed in that vein.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
I just think we need to look at every single angle before disposing of this matter, and we need the benefit of counsel in so doing.
Okay. Supervisor Hahn, you want to speak? Yeah, and Supervisor Hahn actually asked to speak, and then Supervisor Kuhl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just I would say one of Supervisor Ridley Thomas's legacies for us is his always paying close attention to any liability that we as a county may face when it comes to a number of issues. He's sort of really the watchdog in that area. I don't have a problem with going to closed session. I think people know where I stand, but I just wanted to make sure, I just want to be on record, understanding Supervisor Kuhl, Supervisor Solis, what you all are saying. It is serious, and I know it's serious. I think my remarks kept talking about how this is serious. I'm just not convinced, which is why I co-authored the motion to keep outdoor dining at 50% with the 10 p.m. curfew, because I just don't think the data can directly correlate this huge tripling of cases in the last week to outdoor dining. And so I just want to make sure everybody knows that. I know it's serious. And if someday we have direct data or science that connects it to outdoor dining, I would revisit it and look at more restrictive actions. But I know it's serious. I just don't think it relates to outdoor dining. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Then we will recess into closed session.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Supervisor Kuhl.
That's all right. Thank you. I'm sorry. Just one further thing, and that is in mentioning the fact that there was a suit against the county, it should also be mentioned that it was found to be meritless by the court. So as we go in to discuss it, just so we don't leave everybody hanging, or they have to Google it and not know where. And I do support going into closed session.
Executive Officer, would you please read us into closed session?
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and item CS2, department head performance evaluation, as indicated on the postage and supplemental agenda.
Thank you. We'll go into closed session and we will return.
So Celia, do we hang up and dial into closed session?
Correct, Supervisor.
Or do we, so we hang up, right?
Yes, and you have to, then dial in, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Supervisor Kuehl, I'm on this line.
Hi, Supervisor. We can hear you.
Supervisor Solis, I'm here.
Supervisor Hahn here. Thank you. I can hear you both. Thank you.
Madam Executive Officer, would you please call roll?
Supervisor Solis.
Present.
Supervisor Willie Thomas. Supervisor Willie Thomas. Supervisor Kuehl.
Present.
Supervisor Hahn.
Still here.
And we have Fizian and Rod Castro Silva.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Executive Officer. Would you please report out closed session?
On items CS1 and CS2, no reportable action at this time. We will reconvene in closed session later in the meeting.
Thank you. We have two motions before us. Madam Executive Officer, will you please take the roll and identify which motions we're voting on? We're going to do the education first.
Yes.
The one about the universities?
Yeah, thank you. The one about the universities.
The motion engaging local health experts on COVID-19 response is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Willie Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Willie Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Now, Madam Executive Officer, would you please call the roll on the motion to maintain the current restrictions on restaurants and to re-engage the restaurant sector of the Economic Resiliency Task Force.
So this motion is before you. Supervisor Solis.
No, respectfully.
Supervisor Solis, no. Supervisor Willie Thomas.
No.
Supervisor Willie Thomas, no. Supervisor Kuehl.
No, equally respectfully.
Supervisor Kuehl, no. Supervisor Hahn.
More respectively, yes.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
In unity, yes.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion fails 2-3.
Thank you for that robust discussion. Thank you to my colleagues. Now we will move on to item number 25. Notice and acknowledgement of random drawing to select the first 8 commissioners for the County of Los Angeles Citizen Redistricting Commission. I held this item because I want to introduce our Auditor Controller, Arlene Ferreira, to provide us with a brief overview of the item and what she is going to do. Arlene?
Good morning, everyone. I want to start by assuring the public that the drawing I will conduct today will be live streamed on the Board of Supervisors Facebook page. I will provide additional details on how to access the live stream shortly. In accordance with the Elections Code, I will randomly select the first 8 commissioners of the independent County of Los Angeles Citizens Redistricting Commission from the 60 most qualified applicants as determined by the Registrar Recorder, County Clerk. I will do this by conducting 5 random drawings to select 1 commissioner from each of the 5 supervisorial district subpools by placing numbered, multicolored balls from each district in the tumbler. Then, after completing this first set of random drawings, I will perform an additional random drawing from all the remaining applicants to select 3 additional commissioners. As I stated previously, to ensure full transparency, the entire process will be live streamed on the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Facebook page. For members of the public who would like to view the random selection process as it is occurring live, you may go to https://www.facebook.com/LA County BOS/. I will begin the process in 10 minutes. We will also post the link to the video of the random selection process to the statement of proceedings. Once the random selection process is complete, I will announce the names of the 8 commissioners. If the public would like additional information relating to the Citizens Redistricting Commission, they are welcome to review the PowerPoint attached to this agenda item 25.
Are you?
Thank you. I'm done. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. You would like to speak on this?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just realized that this is really a historic moment for the County of Los Angeles. Never before have we given over to a citizen commission the job of redistricting the 5 supervisorial districts in LA County. Some people had their concerns about whether this was the right thing to do, but I think it's great that a group of citizens will be tasked with doing this. It was my motion that is an amendment on here today that asked for it to be live streamed. I was hoping we could do it on WebEx as a part of our board meeting, like we just showed the video about Supervisor Ridley Thomas, because I thought it was so important that it would have been nice to take, a 15-minute break and actually watch Arlene draw these names. I know it's now going to be available on Facebook Live. And again, I think this is important because as we heard from some speakers that called in a long time ago during public comment, that transparency and accountability is important in this, and that the public has trust that as our auditor controller is drawing the names, that it is live and there's an ability for everybody to watch her draw those first 8 names. Those will be drawn randomly. Then it's my understanding that the next group of names will be selected based on supervisorial districts, I think. I don't remember what Arlene said. And then there will be some drawn based on some equity criteria. So anyway, it's a big deal for us today to do this. I really wanted it to be live. I wanted it to be during the board meeting, but I was overruled because I was told we didn't really have the technology ready to do that, which concerns me on a number of levels. But okay, glad you're doing it Facebook Live, and I think the public should tune in and watch how this is done. And good luck to all those who submitted their names, who wanted actually to be a part of this. And we wish you well. My other thing I wanted to say is, I would like to see if we can also live stream their meetings, because again, this is very significant. It will impact a lot of decisions that are being made in the county, and I think their meeting should also be live streamed so the public can watch. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and good luck.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. You wanted to say something? Supervisor Solis?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that there may be some offices that are misstating my position. I am open to full disclosure. I'm happy that this process is going to be on live Facebook, and it will last about 10 minutes. And I'm sure there will be tapings of this so everyone can see it. I want that to be clear for the record. I have never, ever wanted to preclude from an open activity that would really provide transparency for the County of Los Angeles. God forbid, years ago we had big battles when Board of Supervisors were in cahoots to not allow for Latino representation on this board. I, as an elected official, know how important this duty is and want to fully embrace the fact that this is happening now, and it's going to be on Facebook and people can see it now, and I'm very happy about that. So please join in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Thank you to the Auditor Controller. Are there any questions about what Arlene mentioned? So,
Madam Chair, she'll come back after we do the held items.
Yes,
is that
yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, so as the Auditor Controller stated, she will perform the random selection process to select 8 commissioners. Without objections, we will move to the other held items and then return to item 25 when the Auditor Controller is done with the process. For members of the public who would like to view the random selection process live, you may go to www.facebook.com/LA County BOS .com. We will also post the link to the video of the random selection process to the statement of proceedings. Again, it's www.facebook.com/LA County BOS. May I ask a question just for point of clarification now that I see that? What if you don't have Facebook? It doesn't matter?
No, it doesn't.
You don't have to be at Facebook? No. Okay, good.
No.
All right. So without objection, we will come back to this item. So in the interim, why don't we move on to item number 14, which is the supplemental spending plan of the CARES Act Coronavirus Fund.
Madam Chair, I just want to know why we didn't vote on 25.
Do we have to vote on it? I thought we were going to come back to it. She's going to.
Why? No, it's just acknowledging that it's happening, and then my amendment is saying I think it should be live streamed.
So we can vote on your amendment, live stream versus live stream during the board meeting. Is that what your amendment is asking?
Yeah.
Yes.
I apologize, Janice. I thought that you. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's live streamed during the board meeting. I wanted it on WebEx, but during the board meeting is the same thing as Facebook Live during the board meeting. So yeah, but I would like to vote on that.
So vote on the just point of clarification. Vote on the meetings being live streamed, WebEx, or this pulling the names being
pulling the names, which it's happening. So
Are you saying live stream on Facebook does satisfy that condition of being live streamed during the board meeting?
Doesn't satisfy my preference.
So in other words, if I'm satisfied with it being live streamed right now on Facebook, I would vote no on your amendment?
No, you would vote yes, because my amendment just says live stream during the board meeting.
I see. So that was my question. Okay.
Yes. I gave them flexibility. I wish they'd have done it the other way.
I'm confused.
I just figured it out. So Solis, the Supervisor Hahn actually originally brought up having this live stream, and the question of live stream, the interpretation by the executive office was to live stream it on Facebook because of the difficulty with the WebEx.
Right.
And so she simply wants us to ratify her motion, which actually it ratifies what we are doing today, and that is live streaming it on Facebook. Correct, Supervisor Hahn?
Is that correct? I want County Council to.
Yeah, and also the actual 25 just says we're acknowledging that Arlene is doing her thing, and my amendment says, and it's live streamed. So we should vote on 25 with the amendment.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that.
Wait a minute. Can I have County Council please clarify this for me? Just one more time.
Yeah, go ahead.
County Council?
Yes, Supervisor. As I understand Supervisor Hahn's motion, she is simply stating that she wants the random drawing being conducted by the Auditor Controller to be live streamed during the meeting. That is happening through Facebook. It's not happening through WebEx. Okay. So I believe that although the motion is written in a way where voting yes will allow the process to proceed as it currently is proceeding, which is through Facebook Live.
Facebook. Okay, very good. Okay, I support it.
So we have 25 before us as amended, moved by Supervisor Hahn. I will second it. Madam Executive Officer, call the roll.
25 is before you as amended. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, on Facebook. Thank you.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Kuehl.
Yes, on Facebook.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Yes.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Very good. And so we will come back to this item when Auditor Controller is done with the process. Item number 14, second supplemental spending CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund, and I held that And I want to thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this motion. As we continue to live with and through the COVID-19 pandemic, it is crucial that we allocate all of the CARES Act funding. Most importantly, we must get it into the hands of those who have borne the brunt of the economic devastation that has hit Los Angeles County. With the new health officer orders coming into effect, we need to quickly provide more funding for the restaurant industry, which will be devastated by the closure of outdoor dining. This industry has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to comply with all the various and ever-changing regulations that the county and state have placed upon it. In the beginning, this meant purchasing PPE, redoing dining booths, and purchasing plexiglass for indoor dining. Then that was shut down. That soon morphed into purchasing tables, chairs, and umbrellas in the summer for outdoor dining when indoor dining was no longer available. As we approached the winter, this meant purchasing portable heaters. This does not factor in the extended closure of breweries and wineries by the county's health officer order. Breweries and wineries were just allowed to reopen, began purchasing equipment, and today were shut down again, and many potentially for the last time. Now, as the county shuts down outdoor dining, many establishments may not be able to recover the cost of the equipment and inventory purchase because they were told they could continue to operate. Los Angeles County has more than 24,000 restaurants, of which 92% have less than 25 employees. These small businesses cannot withstand the seesaw actions of the county and state and need relief to survive, which is why this motion is being introduced with an amendment with Supervisor Solis. So the motion reads, we move that the Board of Supervisors authorize and delegate authority to the acting director of DCBA in coordination with the acting director of the Los Angeles County Development Authority to distribute CARES Act funding up to $10 million to provide grants for micro-entrepreneurs and small businesses with a special emphasis on restaurants, breweries, and wineries, which have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and have been further impacted by the county health officer orders, which are more strict than those issued by the state of California. So I would ask on this motion, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I respectfully, as supportive, as you know, as co-author for this amendment, and very happy that we were able to make some slight little technical inclusions there, including breweries and wineries that also serve food, by the way, in many instances, or they have a collaborative contract with some of our catering trucks where they are providing meals. So I think this is a good move. Overall, though, in our second supplemental spending plan for CARES Act, as you can see, we're going to be giving out $13 million for small business grants, of which $3 million will be dedicated for community justice nonprofits, $10 million to provide grants to nonprofit organizations and childcare providers, $10 million for rental assistance through the LA County Rent Relief Program, and $2 million to fund grants for nonprofits, arts organization, and $4.7 million to further bridge the digital divide by providing families and students with computer devices and internet. So overall, with this amendment, I think we're all going in the right direction. Thank you, and would ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Madam Chair, can I say something on this too?
Yes, you can, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. Well, thank you, both of you, for doing this so quickly. I think it really matters in light of our decision to shut down outdoor dining right now. And I just wanted to say, and also on top of this, there's $6 million that we're asking to expand the eligibility of the revitalization business grants to include restaurants. So that will also be on top of this. So I just want restaurants to know we know this is not going to stem the pain and the layoffs, but it will show that at least in light of no help coming from Washington, D.C., we're doing what we can to help them out during this time. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I add one thing? Madam Chair.
Supervisor Kuehl, sorry about that.
No, thank you. I also wanted to praise, because as Supervisor Solis indicated, not only the amendment, which I believe is really the right way to go, protecting public health and trying to protect our business owners, but in the this second allocation, there's also allocations for arts and culture. And I just wanted to point that out because it's a very important aspect of our small businesses in Los Angeles County, and one that is often overlooked. And I'm really grateful that we paid attention to it in the first allocation and in this one as well as the grants for childcare, because keeping that going, I think, is one of the ways that we maintain education for the most vulnerable, youngest, and also allow our folks to keep going to work. So thank you, and I definitely support this and the amendment.
Supervisor Kuehl. Hearing no one else wishing to speak, Madam Executive Officer, this motion before us, I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Will you call roll on item 14 as amended?
Item 14 as amended. Supervisor Solis?
Yes.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
And I apologize, Madam Executive Officer, it was moved by Supervisor Solis and I seconded it. I apologize for that.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. On item number 19, the Youth Justice Reimagined, a new model for youth justice in Los Angeles County, and item number 20, which are being called up together, including juvenile data and the Los Angeles County Criminal Justice Data Sharing Initiative, were both held by Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor Kuehl, the floor is yours. And Supervisor Solis, will you take over the meeting for a brief moment, please?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Madam Chair. I know we have very rightly spent a good deal of today talking about the pandemic and the county's response to it. But I am very, very happy and proud to bring this motion to the board today that reflects, in addition, the continuing innovative work that we are doing in LA County to do our very best to try to transform our justice system for adults, and in the case of these two motions, for our young people in the juvenile justice system. I want to thank Supervisor Ridley Thomas for agreeing to co-author these two motions. Certainly fitting on your last meeting at this board, Supervisor, to join in bringing these youth-focused motions, because you have worked tirelessly to better the lives of young people in LA County, and these motions are another significant achievement in that mission. Item 19 reimagines youth justice in the county truly in a very big way. In place of incremental reform, this motion has the opportunity to move us toward a complete transformation. Now, it is first steps. We're being very thoughtful about it in the motion, but it does focus our attention on the fact that there may be a better way to handle this. In the same way that we've embraced a care first, jail last approach to our adult criminal justice system, this motion embraces a care first, youth development approach to youth justice. In addition, item 20 expands the criminal justice data sharing initiative to include juvenile justice data so that we have the information we need to take the further steps as we go along. And our county's open data portal moves one step closer to becoming a greater and greater source of data and a real model of government transparency. So people might say, why? Why is it imperative to transform and not merely improve a current youth justice system? And the answer lies really in what we know about the current system, because we know that even as the numbers are somewhat decreasing, our youth justice system is still one of the largest in the entire country. We know that young people in probation's care are disproportionately Black and Latinx. Our Black young people are over 6 times more likely to be arrested, 25 times more likely to be incarcerated than their white peers. And we know that even as the overall number of young people in the system has gone down, racial disparities have intensified. We know that just one arrest increases the likelihood that a young person will not complete high school, and therefore increases the likelihood of unemployment. And finally, we know that despite the extraordinary expense associated with incarcerating young people, research has proven time and again that extended incarceration has either no impact or, even worse, a negative impact on recidivism. So in short, our current system is actually harming young people without any demonstrated benefits to their overall well-being or our community's goal of public safety. About a year ago, the board tasked the CEO and the Office of Diversion and Reentry with convening a youth justice work group to look at transitioning the county's juvenile justice system out of the probation department into another agency, with the goal of creating a rehabilitative, health-focused, and care-first system. So the CEO and the YDD division of the Office of Diversion and Reentry moved quickly, even in the midst of a global health pandemic. They convened the Youth Justice Work Group, which included a diverse and dedicated group of system-impacted youth, community advocates, service providers, county representatives, and justice partners. So I want to express my deepest gratitude to the work group. It's often difficult to find even a small group of individuals who are willing to roll up their sleeves and selflessly dedicate a lot of personal time and energy to an effort. Here, that is exactly what they did. Over 100 dedicated individuals attended group meetings, subcommittee meetings, focus groups, listening sessions, learning exchanges. We owe them a huge thank you. I also want to thank the consultant team that kept everybody organized, went above and beyond to create opportunities for every voice to be heard. Our lead consultants at the W. Haywood Burns Institute and their team of local experts, including system-impacted youth, guided this process with ultimate professionalism and a real commitment to addressing this board's directives. So today's motion acknowledges that the Youth Justice Work Group delivered a vision that will take some time to implement. It also acknowledges there are a number of questions that need further analyses. But today I ask my colleagues to commit to transitioning our county's youth justice system to the Care First model outlined in the work group's report, and to take the first steps to support the continuing planning and collaboration required to eventually make the model a reality. I'm also asking my colleagues to support greater data transparency. The need for this transparency aligns very well with the Youth Justice Reimagined model, because this is all about the importance of community engagement, collaboration, open communication, and a commitment to addressing structural racism, the root cause of disparities that persist in our current system of justice. Focusing on data transparency as we move to reform our justice system will bolster public accessibility, advance racial equity, and inform the policies that better serve our youth and their community. So this board, I'm really proud to serve with this board, because it's taking bold steps in moving toward a Care First Jail Last system of care for adults, and now, hopefully, for our young people in this county. These young people deserve to have a county-wide network of high-quality services to heal in home-like therapeutic settings where they get the help they need to turn their lives around and be recognized as individuals with potential. They deserve to have resources invested in their well-being instead of being invested in just warehousing them behind walls and barbed wire. There are a couple of very small amendments I want to call to your attention, which I'm reading in at this point. In Directive 2, where we are asking the CEO to report back in 60 days, I'll just read it. Instruct the acting CEO and YDD to report back in 60 days with a plan to establish and resource a transition planning team, including mutually agreed upon consultants who have operational and research experience to support implementation of the YJWG report, and a proposal to establish a youth justice transition advisory group comprised of relevant county departments. And here's the amendment we added: labor partners, system impacted youth, community members, education partners, and other youth serving agencies, including a process for regular engagement of the Youth Justice Transition Advisory Group to inform continued planning and implementation. And then in Directive 4D, where we ask for an analysis, this has to do with those who are already working in the system. An analysis of the probation department's current workforce and class specifications, and an initial concept for class specifications for the DYD, as well as an initial concept for the transition of existing juvenile probation staff. And here we add, in order to avoid layoffs. So those are the two amendments, and I ask for your aye vote. My co-author is Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Madam Chair, with your permission.
Go ahead, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, you're back. Okay.
I'm back. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Supervisor Kuehl, we thank you for bringing this motion and for your leadership in pushing an agenda of transformation for Los Angeles County's youth justice system. I hasten to recognize and thank the members of the Youth Justice Work Group. Significant work, stellar work, and we owe you a debt of gratitude. May I quickly make the following observations, Madam Chair. Transformative reform starts with the recognition of capacities for rehabilitative change. Reform must promote the belonging, the usefulness, the competencies that justice-involved youth need to empower themselves and lead healthy, responsible, and caring lives. And lastly, it requires accountability, of which transparency is a critical part, achieved in part by making data publicly available so residents can judge for themselves whether the county's reforms are working. The county is advancing its mission to seek out trauma-informed practices and make space for hope and healing. And these evidence-based practices insist on structures that promote positive youth development and rehabilitation. And through this motion, the county begins a meaningful transition from a punitive model to a care-first model for its youth justice system. It's appropriate, it's timely, we should embrace it, we should advance it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I want to give kudos to Supervisor Kuehl and Mark Ridley Thomas for bringing these two motions together before us today. On item 19, as you know, it's time for us to rethink, reimagine, recreate, and restructure how youth in LA County are supported in our communities and neighborhoods along with their families, but also how we support them when they are struggling. Just as we're making great strides on the adult side, we have to steadily move forward on what will benefit our young people in LA County. And thanks to the work of the community and the county stakeholders. This concept, as you know, is not new in LA County, as we've been discussing the opportunity to shift the youth from probation to either one of our existing health-focused departments or by creating a new county department dedicated to youth development. With the work of the Youth Justice Work Group, we have an opportunity to see what transitioning youth to a youth care first model will look like in Los Angeles through the work of various county partners to provide us with review, assessment, and an analysis of any fiscal, legal, and staffing implications. And we'll be one of the few jurisdictions in the country that are making this shift to provide a better environment for our young people to thrive, and also how we can provide more healthy, holistic, evidence-based, and humane ways of supporting our youth versus our status quo of punitive system of enforcement. On item 20, just as I was supportive of the motion in August to create a criminal justice data sharing initiative in Los Angeles, I'm also supportive of this motion to include information about youth who are in the system that also needs to be collected and made available. Data being accessible will allow our county and community stakeholders to find creative and evidence-based opportunities to assess, reassess what works and what doesn't, and how we can continue to ensure our communities are safe and healthy. When we invest in our youth, we win. When our youth thrive, we all thrive. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to the authors.
Thank you. I know Supervisor Hahn wants to speak, but I just would like to say on item number 19, I understand the need to reimagine how we rehabilitate youth in LA County. We all know that early intervention with this population is key, and it truly is going to take an entire village to make this happen. This will be a nuanced process because we cannot act unilaterally on a county level. The legal analysis is going to be important because it will illustrate a roadmap for getting us where we want to go legislatively. I want to reiterate to our probation staff that we do not intend for this transition to result in a loss of jobs, and I want to thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, Dr. Ridley Thomas, for including labor in the discussion. As we retrain and transfer staff, there should be no reason for layoffs, and I would like to be certain that the probation union is intimately involved in the transitioning process in order to give their input as it relates to the roadmap moving forward. We are constantly improving as a county by incorporating best practices, and it's important that we recognize that adapting our programs and services makes our system stronger. We will all need to have a hands-on deck as we begin this gradual transition and look forward to more discussions on how we can implement these recommendations in a meaningful way. And on item number 20, I'm always in favor of gathering and publishing more data, not only for this board to review, but also for the community. Data-informed decisions undoubtedly lead to better outcomes. We've already started these efforts for other populations, and it's certainly fitting today to act on the need for more data relating to our youth in custody and in our community placements. This will also better inform some of us on our other efforts in the county, such as the Measure J implementation and the ATI initiative. Making that data more readily available will certainly increase transparency, which is something this board is united in doing with each of these processes. So I am glad to support this motion as well. So thank you, Supervisor Kuehl and Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Hahn.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to add my congratulations to Supervisor Kuehl and Supervisor Ridley Thomas for both of these motions. And as Supervisor Kuehl was laying out the enormous commitment and participation in working groups, I also want to thank everyone who participated in the Youth Justice Working Group. Your work over the last year has really been an impressive example of collaboration and community engagement. The vision of juvenile justice laid out in your final report fully aligns with this board's commitment to care first, jails last approach. We know that our youth have unique needs, and it's time that we create a department specifically dedicated to their health and development. Transitioning juvenile justice out of the probation department and into a brand new department of youth development will allow us to better serve our youth. And I'm ready, and I think this board is ready to move in that direction. But it's a huge undertaking. There's a lot of barriers we still need to overcome and a lot of planning we're going to need to do. And it's important that we take our time to do this right. I'm glad to see that this motion acknowledges how monumental of a change this will be and how many years it's probably going to take to achieve this. One of the most important parts of this process is going to be to plan for the transition of our probation staff who currently work in juvenile facilities. I'm glad to see that the Youth Justice Work Group report explicitly stated that there will be no layoffs of probation staff. I know that this was causing concern among our probation staff and some anxiety. And many of our probation staff chose to pursue their careers because they wanted to make a positive difference in their communities, and I know that they care deeply about the youth that they work with. And we need to make sure that those who want to continue working with the youth have the opportunity to transition into roles in the new Department of Youth Development. I'm glad this motion is asking for a report back on this specific workforce transition plan for our current probation staff. I know that I'm going to be looking very closely at that part of the report. I want to keep engaging our current probation staff as we move forward, and I do believe this is a positive time moving forward for LA County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hahn. So we have before us item 19 as amended is before us to approve, moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 19 as amended, Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now, item 20 is before us to approve. Moved by Supervisor Kuehl, again seconded by Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 20 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
A lot of good stuff.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we'll have our final item before we bring back our auditor controller under 25. Item 21, expanding the alternate destination program. This was held by Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't know if Chief Osby and Dr. Christina Galley were on the line, and maybe they can say a few words about this after my comments. I'm really glad to bring this motion forward, colleagues. After 3 long years of work, we're finally moving forward on our alternate destination program. And the goal of alternate destination is to triage and transport those that are experiencing a mental health crisis or inebriation to an appropriate place of care rather than the emergency rooms in our hospitals. This program allows the EMS agency to approve mental health urgent care centers as receiving sites for patients experiencing mental health crisis. We all know that emergency department is probably the wrong place to bring these patients. They need to be in a calm environment where staff are specially trained to manage and care for this particular emergency. As you all know, it was because of my father's law that he helped to write in 1970 that required paramedics transporting anybody. They had to take them to a hospital. That was part of the anxiety and concern that everyone had about firefighters being paramedics and handling medical calls. The law said, well, at least get them to a hospital. But we realize now, that's kind of the wrong place for people who are inebriated or who are having a mental health crisis. Our county EMS agency will also be able to approve a licensed sobering center so that patients who need rest while they sober up can do safely without the undue stress of an emergency room. Not only are these better locations for parents during acute crisis, but they also enable connection to follow up with treatment and services. So with this motion, I'm also asking EMS to actively reach out to fire districts to encourage them to get their paramedics trained so that they can participate. Any interested fire district can work with EMS to establish a training program and train their staff. And lastly, I'm asking that our Department of Mental Health coordinate their efforts of expansion of the mental health urgent cares with EMS so that we can ensure we have a solid geographic spread of these sites, allowing for access throughout the whole county. I look forward to seeing these updates. And colleagues, and I want to thank all the county staff that have worked on this project. Many of us were up in Sacramento. It seems like so long ago when we were actually trying to get the law changed. But thank you for figuring out how to find a way forward. And this speaks to, again, everything this board is trying to do to get people the help they need. We know that 911 calls are going to be triaged so that if somebody's having a mental health crisis, we don't necessarily want these people to be arrested and sent to our jails. We want people to get the help they need. So this is a good program. I mean, honestly, our paramedics are perfectly situated to do this alternate transport. They're triaging so many people every hour of every day, they do have the expertise to know when a person needs to go to a mental health urgent care or a sobering center versus the emergency room in a hospital. So thank you. And Chief Osby or Dr. Galley, I'd love to hear your comments on this.
Is not available, but Chief Osby?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Osby?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like to thank the Honorable Supervisor Hahn and the board for allowing me to speak to this motion. And then I guess I can speak if Dr. Galley's done, and I can speak to her and her team too, because the Los Angeles County Fire Department, as a matter of fact, all the departments in our county have an amazing working relationship with Dr. Galley, Kathy Chedester, and the local EMS agency. So we're really excited about this. I'm glad that I'm following Supervisor Hahn. She took a lot of words out of my mouth in relation to this initiative. As she knows, and as she stated, the Hahn family does run deep as it relates to the paramedic program. And also, between myself as the fire chief and Supervisor Hahn, we've been up in Sacramento trying to get to where we are today. So that's just really good news. But going back, as she mentioned, from the original paramedic program, it has evolved. Our firefighter paramedics were smart then and they're smart now in relation to making the appropriate decisions. Our emergency rooms do an amazing job in managing health issues and people that are in crisis, but they are not the best destination for everybody, particularly people that need psychiatric or they're in a mental health crisis and with no physical issues. So this is not the best place for our paramedics and ambulances to be taking patients. We've done a couple of pilots. One, and this started in December of 2019 in the MLK Urgent Care Center, which was a collaboration with the EMS agency, the MLK Community Hospital, and McCormick Ambulance. And I just use that as an example, is that we started that pilot program last year. And from that, when we identify the appropriate destination to take these mentally challenged or psychologically challenged patients to the appropriate facility, we've reduced our amount of time at that facility to 15 minutes. And that's about 1/3 of the normal time that we would have been in the ER, number one, making us available for the next call. And then number two, they're available for the next 911 call. So it's really improved our availability as far as being able to get to that next call. We did another pilot program up in the 5th district, up in Supervisor Barger's district, and we want to thank her for her leadership and support up there too, where we have a telemedicine program with our paramedics, where we provide advanced provider response units in Antelope Valley. And from that pilot program, just recently, we've cleared 28 patients to be transported directly to the mental health facility at Antelope Valley Hospital or Olive View Hospital, which ordinarily those patients would have been dispatched or sent to an ER. So that's just another example of how giving the paramedics the ability to transport patients to the appropriate facilities has really improved the system. So as it relates to AB 1544, we're really excited about it. We're really excited about the collaboration with health services. We're really excited about Supervisor Hahn and the Board of Supervisors initiative and leadership. And we know that when we take our mentally ill or psychologically challenged patients to the appropriate mental health urgent care center or sobering centers, that they're going to get the most appropriate care in a timely manner. So on behalf of the LA County Fire Department and Health Services, thank you, Honorable Board, for your support, and we definitely support item 21.
Thank you, Chief. I just really appreciate you getting on. And you have such a great history in the county fire department. The fact that you started out as a paramedic and now, of course, are the chief of the department. You have such great history and such great perspective, particularly on this issue. And I do also I would be remiss if I didn't thank Dr. Sharon for also his leadership and opening our eyes to how critical these mental health urgent care places really were for the calming down of people who are having a crisis. And hopefully this board will work in a more aggressive way with Dr. Sharon to expand these mental health urgent cares. We need many, many more of them throughout the county. So thank you, Chief. You have such a great history with the county, and I loved working with you on this issue, which will really get people the help they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, and thank you, Chief Osby. With that, item 21 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Hahn. I'll second the motion. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 21 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our last item before we do adjournments is item 25. Arlene Herrera, our Auditor Controller, will read the results of the drawing.
During this meeting, I conducted the random selection of 8 of the 14 commissioners for the County of Los Angeles Citizens Redistricting Commission, as required by the California Elections Code. This process was live streamed at www.facebook.com/LA County BOS. After following the random selection process, the first 8 County Los Angeles Citizens Redistricting commissioners are Nelson Obregon for the 1st Supervisorial District, Gene Franklin for Supervisorial District 2, Brian Stetcher for Supervisorial District 3, Haley Soto for Supervisorial District 4, John Vento for Supervisorial District 5, David Holtzman, Daniel Maeda, and Priscilla Segura. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Arlene, for that reporting out. And on this item that was already voted on, Supervisor Ridley Thomas wants to be recorded as a yes vote. So with that, there are no specials by any of my colleagues.
Madam Chair, I do have a special. I do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Solis, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is a read-in motion for the December 8th meeting. And I'd like to read in the following motion to be considered by the board at the next board meeting, December the 8th. And I want to thank Supervisor Kuehl for signing on as co-author. The recently announced restrictions on dining establishments are a great concern to Los Angeles County, given that restaurants are the backbone of our economy. Although COVID-19 cases are increasing and safeguards are necessary, it is incumbent on government to provide support to those industries and their employees severely impacted. The CARES Act funding offers us a unique opportunity to support restaurants and provide healthy, cultural, competent meals to vulnerable communities. The CARES Act funding has been fully allocated, but it is possible that some funding may be unspent or may be available before the end of the year. If that is the case, the nonprofit organization World Central Kitchen offers a unique opportunity to activate restaurants and kitchens in California to feed marginalized and vulnerable communities. With philanthropic support, WCK has already provided over 20 million nutritional meals in its effort to feed Californians through its Restaurants for the People program. Restaurants for the People aims to keep the restaurant industry afloat by getting restaurant and food workers rehired and able to provide for their families, and by reinvigorating our agricultural communities hit hard by the shuttering restaurants. Besides getting critically needed meals to those experiencing food insecurity, the program resonates widely throughout the economy, including continued employment for restaurant industry workers, support for the farms that serve the restaurants, as well as bolstering our tax base to help keep county's economy strong as possible during the COVID. There are many more residents in LA County than WCK can serve. LA County has the opportunity to not only reinvigorate the county's restaurant and agricultural industries, but also to get many of its workers rehired and once again providing for their families and helping to ensure a quick economic recovery. We therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Chief Executive Office to allocate up to $10 million of any unspent future CARES Act funding to enter into a sole source contract with World Central Kitchen that would fund restaurants across Los Angeles County to provide meals to vulnerable communities. Thank you, Madam Chair, and would ask if my co-author might want to speak, or we can hold that for our next meeting.
Want to speak on this?
No, I think I can speak when we bring it back in 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to take a minute to announce that last week the County Engineers Association of California presented our Director of Public Works, Mark Pastrella, with the Engineer of the Year Award in recognition of his incredible work as the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County. This award serves as a testament to his leadership of the largest public works agency over the past 3.5 years, and it truly is recognition of the outstanding work that 4,000 public works employees demonstrate on a daily basis. Whether responding to disasters like the Woolsey Fire in Malibu or the Bobcat and Lake fires in the 5th District, addressing quality of life issues in our communities, or advancing the modernization of water, transportation, solid waste, and public building infrastructure time and time again, and I know my colleagues all will agree, Mark puts community first. Most recently, he and his team constructed and turned over the High Desert Mental Health Urgent Care Center to the Department of Mental Health in record time. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to a sizable increase in the need for mental health resources in our communities that are struggling through the day-to-day economic impacts, and getting this facility built was critical. Not only did he come in on time, but he came in under budget. Mark has a keen awareness of the diverse needs.
I think she's.
Mark has a keen awareness of the diverse needs of each of our communities and is committed to improving the lives of our constituents through responsive and timely service delivery, as well as continuing to build and improve the county's public infrastructure. I want to also applaud Mark on his leadership during these times in maintaining the continuity of public works services in an uninterrupted manner. So his attention to both local and regional challenges and his commitment to raise the bar to do so is not going unnoticed. So I'd like to invite my colleagues to join me in congratulating Mark on this well-deserved award. I cannot think of a more deserving individual.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Kuehl.
I just want to add in, because of our experience, so many different things that Public Works has done in the 3rd, but the recovery from the Woolsey Fire, one of the great big incidents, and Mark was extraordinary in his help and is still being extraordinary in his help. So my congratulations to you, Mark. Very, very well deserved. We're really, really proud of you.
Supervisor Kuehl. With that, at this time, it'd be appropriate to hear adjournments. We'll begin with my adjournments, followed by the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The first one, I am really sorry to have to say I'm adjourning in memory of Sherry Fleming, a longtime resident of the Santa Clarita Valley, who passed away on November 16th at the age of 69. She grew up in Parma Heights, Ohio, and following her graduation from Ohio University, moved to Southern California, where she met her future husband and business partner, Donald, better known as Don Fleming. Together, they purchased a struggling Valencia Acura in 1997 and transformed it into one of Acura's most performing dealerships in the country. Beyond her successful business ventures, she devoted herself to community service and to uplifting women and girls, not only in the Santa Clarita Valley, but across the globe. In 1999, she joined Sir Optimus International of the Americas and rose through the ranks to the position of president in 2013. She served on the boards of many other charitable organizations, including the Henry Mayo Newhall Hospital Foundation, Child and Family Center, American Cancer Society, and the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Clarita Valley, only to name a few. Her leadership, philanthropy, and service won her numerous awards and recognitions, including being named Women of the Year for the 5th Supervisorial District by the Commission for Women in 2012. Despite personal challenges, she lived a vibrant, selfless life dedicated to helping others, and her infectious optimism and kind spirit inspired all who knew her. I know it did with me. She is survived by her husband, Don, and her stepchildren, Brian and Kimbra. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of William Hapke, a longtime Arcadia resident who recently passed away on November 20th. Bill was born in Connecticut and was a proud United States Coast Guard veteran. Following the death of his wife, Ruth, he relocated to Arcadia to live with his daughter, Betsy. He was active in the Arcadia Senior Center, where he had a lot of friends. Bill was a proud New Englander and was a fan of all the Boston teams. Bill is survived by his children, Ken and Betsy, his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and many, many, many friends. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Dr. Sin Morthy, a longtime resident of the Antelope Valley. Dr. Morthy obtained his medical degree in 1967 in Sri Lanka. He completed his postgraduate training in New York and a fellowship in gastroenterology in Boston University in Massachusetts. He moved to the Antelope Valley in 1976 as the valley's first gastroenterologist. Dr. Morthy was on staff at the Lancaster Community Hospital, Antelope Valley Hospital, and Palmdale Regional Center. He was founder of the Sierra Medical Plaza, Sierra Medical Group, Antelope Valley Health Foundation, Ana Verde Medical Center, Sierra Immediate Care Center, and Sierra Gastroenterology. He was also founder of the Children's Center of the Antelope Valley, a founding director of the Lancaster Performing Arts Center Foundation, and the 1985 campaign chairman for the Antelope Valley chapter of the United Way. He is survived by his wife, Shanti, daughters Asha and Geeta, and sister and a brother. Also, we adjourn in memory of Erla Mae Richardson, a longtime Antelope Valley resident who passed away at the age of 100. In 1956, Erla became an ordained and licensed evangelist in the Church of God in Christ. In 1957, she married Tommy Richardson and moved to Lancaster. In 1963, they opened the Lighthouse Deliverance Church of God in Christ in Little Rock. After the passing of her husband in 1974, she pastored the church until a new pastor arrived. In 1996, she officially retired from service. Nonetheless, she never stopped teaching and spreading the gospel to whomever she met. Erla is survived by her 6 children, 29 grandchildren, and approximately 147 great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, and great-great-great-grandchildren, plus a host of cousins, nieces, nephews, and friends. Also, Barbara Sturck, a longtime Antelope Valley resident, who passed away on November 3rd. She was founder and a charter member of the Antelope Valley Rural Olympics Hall of Fame and the Antelope Valley Rural Museum. During the Antelope Valley Fair's Rural Olympics, Barbara inspired other women by competing as a tractor driver in the Ladies Tractor Stake Race. Barbara was Grand Marshal of the 2013 Antelope Valley Fair Parade for her service as the fair's agriculture and farm building chairperson, a volunteer job she inherited from her rancher father. Barbara and Jerry, her husband of 63 years, were named Fair Volunteers of the Year. She also received the fair's Blue Ribbon and Gold Ribbon Awards for her service. Barbara moved to the Antelope Valley with her family in 1943. She married her husband Jerry in 1957. Inspired by a friend, Barbara became a licensed vocational nurse. She went to work at the Antelope Valley Hospital in 1971 and remained there until her retirement. Barbara survived by her husband, 3 children, 11 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, and 3 sisters. And last, I move that the Board of Supervisors adjourn in memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. Erwin Alcorn, Air Force; Max Barnett, Marine Corps; Thomas B. Chamberlain, Air Force; Scott Davis, Navy; Leonard Knutson, Army. Brian Leventhal, Army. Ricky McDaniel, Army. Joseph M. Perry, Army. Louis Robinbitz, Army. Michael L. Tafoya, Marine Corps. J.H. Tomlinson Jr., Army. Gray L. Young, Army. May their contributions and their sacrifices in service to our country never be forgotten. Supervisor Solis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today I move that when we adjourn in memory, today we adjourn in the memory of Dr. Jean G. Champonier. Jean was a longtime friend, and I personally knew him for over 30 years. He was a former CEO of Alma Family Services located in East Los Angeles. He passed away suddenly this Friday at the age of 80. Jean dedicated his whole life to the welfare of those around him. A public servant at heart, he led Alma Family Services and provided excellent community services to the surrounding areas around East Los Angeles. He advocated for more prevention, mental health services to young children and disabled children, and he was a leader in the Latino community who always fought for equity and lifting up the voices of the most vulnerable in our communities. Jean was the first district's appointee on the county's Commission on Public Health. He's survived by his wife, Dr. Marie Torres, and his 2 sons, 2 daughters, and 6 grandchildren. He will be sorely missed by so many, his family and community. We loved him so much. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
We call him Dr. Jean.
Yes, Dr. Jean, yes.
So I share my sadness on his passing. It was sudden. We know that he was the former president and chief executive officer of the Alma Family Services and much more. But I want to say he'll be remembered as a devoted leader in the fields of behavioral health and child welfare, and as a dedicated public servant in his own right, and for his love for his family. And our thoughts and our prayers are with his wife of 32 years, Dr. Marie Torres, friends, colleagues who respected him, who enjoyed his company, and who will always remember him. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Hahn?
Forgot the 3rd district.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Kuehl.
And could you just, Penny, could you also tell Tech now, okay, we missed Supervisor Ridley Thomas's adjournment.
I don't think he had any. I think he was talking on Supervisor,
the 1st district.
Yeah.
I'm so confused. Okay.
Dr. Jean.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jean.
Dr. Jean. Supervisor Hahn, if you are confused, come see me. Thank you.
Obviously, I am. I apologize, Supervisor Kuehl, and then Supervisor Hahn. I apologize.
I think if we're confused, we're going to have to get in line. It's a long line these days. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Richard Atlas, who died on November 12th. In 1968, he was offered a job at Goldman Sachs and started his career in institutional equity sales. Later became manager of the LA Institutional Department, co-head of the LA office, and in 1984, a general partner. One of his legacies was that he believed that philanthropy should be an investment that creates social wealth and improves the lives of those who are less fortunate. Together with his wife, Leslie, they established a foundation in 1994 with a mission to invest in assisting the most vulnerable infants, toddlers, and parents in Southern California. And their leadership led to the creation of the LA Partnership for Early Childhood Investment. He was one of those who paid early and strong attention to the developmental aspects of life in the earliest years of a child's life. And it was very, very important to moving that whole research area along. He's survived by his wife, Leslie, and his daughters, Michelle and Allison, and his siblings, William and Bobby. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Norm Crosby, a great comic who died on November 7th. He was a frequent talk show guest, first appearing on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson in 1964, and went on to guest on that show more than 50 times. His many other talk show appearances included Ed Sullivan, It's Gary Shandling, Late Night with Conan O'Brien, and he was a guest star in a lot of series like Roseanne, Love Boat, L.A. Law, fixture on the Dean Martin Celebrity Roasts in the 70s and early 80s. Co-starred on The Beautiful Phyllis Diller Show in 1968 and hosted a syndicated series, The Comedy Shop, from 1978 through 1981, which featured up-and-coming and veteran comedians. He was a real staple in making people laugh, a wonderful man, a generous and sweet man, and really glad that he crossed all of our paths. He's survived by his wife, Joan, and his two sons. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of TV producer Walter Miller, an award-winning TV director and producer who was executive producer, and consulting producer for the CMA Awards for more than 40 years. And in addition to those awards, which is Country Music Awards, Miller also directed and produced the Emmy Awards, the People's Choice Awards, the Grammy Awards, and the Tony Awards. He was nominated for 19 Emmys during his long and illustrious career and took home 5 of them between 1972 and 1999. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of a friend, Harvey Saperstein, who died on November 19th. He practiced law for over 50 years, specializing in antitrust litigation, led the LA office of the Federal Trade Commission from 1978 to 80, and was recently elected president of the antitrust section of the LA County Bar Association. As president of the State Bar of California and the Legal Aid Foundation, as well as an active member and treasurer of the Disability Legal Defense Fund, along with many other organizations that help those who are less fortunate, he worked tirelessly for positive change. He taught advertising law at UCLA, worked as a lawyer representative at the Ninth Circuit for over 30 years. He's survived by his wife Peggy and his sons Jonathan, Daniel, and Philip. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Jonathan Schultz, a leader in Jewish education in Los Angeles, and the father of my senior health deputy, Elan Schultz, who died on October 23rd. He was the child of Jewish immigrants from Poland, grew up in LA where he became active in the labor Zionist youth movement, Habonim. After graduating high school, he spent a year working on a kibbutz, where he learned to embrace hard work and forged a lifelong connection to Israel. In 1969, he married his high school sweetheart, Janet, whom he met at Habonim camp, first as a counselor and then as the director of 2 Southern Californian Jewish summer camps. Yoni launched a long career in Jewish education. In the 1970s, he became principal at Herzl, a Jewish high school, where he kept careful tabs on each of his students' progress. Later in his life, he would become the principal for secular studies at Chabad, and then director of the Bureau of Jewish Education, where he worked to professionalize the field of Jewish education. Throughout his career as an educator, father, and friend, he had a singular ability to make people feel seen, accepted, and cared for, and he was deeply loved by students, colleagues, friends, and family. He's survived by his second wife, Talma, his son, Ilan, his daughter-in-law, Stephanie, his stepson, Yanni, and his wife, Liron, and 6 grandchildren whom he adored, Jonah, Micah, Noam, Noah, Amit, and Alma. And I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Akeem Usher. At the Adult Skills Center in Lake Balboa, he worked in the Specialized Therapeutic Services Department for 2 years, was a valued member of the team, had a positive impact on the clients who were lucky enough to call him their coach. He's survived by his fiancée, Elena Zamora, his parents Earl and Therese, his brothers Earl Jr., Leon, and Devin, and his sisters Shaheda and Shanika. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Al Yozel, a World War II veteran who died on October 29th. During World War II, he served in the 8th Air Force as a B-24 radar mechanic. He was honorably discharged in 1945. In 1961, moved his family to LA and opened a glass shop in Culver City, which he owned and operated for many years. He has lived a long and fulfilling life and made it to the age of 101. He's survived by his sisters Sandy, Linda, and Marla. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my adjournments.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And on this first one, I'm hoping we will have all members move that when we adjourn today in memory of John Gilligan, who lived in San Pedro and was a former Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney. I'm sure many of you knew him. He's passed away at the age of 64. John spent 29 years with the District Attorney's Office before finishing his career as supervising attorney in the county's Inspector General's office. In his role as DA, John prosecuted the District Attorney Office's first and only successful abuse of force case for an officer-involved shooting by a Los Angeles Police Department officer. And as Assistant Inspector General, he played a key role in LA County Board of Supervisors' efforts to implement constitutional policing reform in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. He was born in New York, and after graduating with a degree in history from the University of New Mexico, John worked for a time as a paralegal in Albany, in New York City, before relocating to Los Angeles, where he pursued a law degree at Southwestern Law School by night, while clerking in the LA City Attorney's Office by day. John credited his father's legal practice for influencing his own decision to seek a career in the law. He joined the LA County District Attorney's Office in 1987. He eventually rose to become Assistant Head Deputy for the Justice System Integrity Division and Assistant Head Deputy of the Charge Evaluation Division and the Compton and Long Beach branch offices. John was well respected within the DA's office and acted as a mentor to many young prosecutors. He also taught part-time at Pepperdine University Caruso School of Law for 10 years. John was preceded in death by his son, Brendan, and John is survived by his wife of 30 years, Carol Baker, who is a division chief in our own LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors, and their son, Kieran. Also, he's survived by his brother, Kevin Gilligan, who I got to know working in the LA City Attorney's Office. I believe he was a neighborhood prosecutor when I was a city councilwoman. So big sadness for this family, but they, of course, know that John has such an incredible legacy in the work that he did, both for the County of Los Angeles and at the law school.
I'll join if you want. I'm sure all of us would.
Thank you. Thank you.
All members, please. Yeah, all members, please.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Beatrice Estrella Marquez, who was a resident of Hacienda Heights. She was 72 when she passed away, and she brought magic to the world, working as a floral designer for Disneyland Park for many years, decorating the Haunted Mansion and preparing the candlelight ceremonies. In her late 50s, she decided to travel and saw much of the world, including the Holy Land. Beatrice will be remembered for her passion, love, and kindness to everyone she met. She reminded all her family that she was very blessed in life and that her illness from ALS could not take the beautiful memories away. She's survived by her 2 sons and her beloved husband. I also move that when we adjourn in memory of Jackie Graham, a resident of Hacienda Heights, who passed away at 84. She was the youngest of 3 children and spent her school years in Napa. After high school, Jackie returned to Southern California and worked briefly, married and had 3 girls. She obtained an AA degree from Cerritos College and went on to get bachelor's and master's degrees from Cal State Fullerton in the field of speech-language pathology. After graduation, Jackie became a speech-language pathologist for the Buena Park School District, where she served 28 years. Jackie made it her mission to be a good example to the children she worked with. Jackie remarried in 1982, and after spending time traveling extensively, moved to Oregon to be closer to family. In 2018, they returned to Hacienda Heights, and Jackie immediately rejoined the Hacienda Heights Women's Club and the local Republican Club. She's survived by her 3 daughters, her 6 grandchildren, and her husband, Thomas. I also move that when we adjourn today in the memory of John Kelly Lang, who was a lifelong resident of Downey and was only 62 when he passed away. He founded Lang Construction Service Incorporated and operated for 37 years, serving many within the city of Downey and the surrounding cities. John was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He served 2 years as a missionary in Vancouver. John was a participant in the Boy Scouts of America. The organization awarded him their highest rank, the Silver Beaver, for his service to the organization. He also participated with the City of Downey, including Keep Downey Beautiful, for many years. He's survived by his companion, Elisa, and his children, Tiffany Jenks, Joshua Lang, Ryan Lang, Kyle Lang, and 11 grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hahn. We will take all the motions as seconded. If there is no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. This is Supervisor Ridley Thomas's last board meeting again. Supervisor Ridley Thomas, it's been an honor to serve with you, and know that we will constantly keep you in our thoughts, and always know that our door is always open to you.
Likewise, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Closed session is going to be continued to December 1st, 2020.
Woohoo!
So with
I consider that a parting gift, Madam Chair. Thank you so kindly.
You are welcome. That concludes today's meeting. The next meeting of the supervisors will be a special closed session on Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on December 8th, 2020, where I will hand the gavel over to the Honorable Hilda Solis. With that, have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mark. And everybody.
Thanksgiving as well. A healthy and happy Thanksgiving. Please, 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 to everyone listening, please do not gather in large groups. Keep it simple. Yeah, go ahead, Janice, yes?
Oh, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. It's been a really tough year. There are still things that we should all be thankful and grateful to.
Amen. Amen. So
just in case people wonder, I'm thankful for all 4 of you.
Right back at you. Right back at you. Thank you. All right. Be safe, everybody.
Bye.